I expected you to be the first because you're always the first. Because you are a very, very, very dedicated banana hammock. How you been, man? I'm glad to hear that. Me too. And just grateful to be working. After everything I've been through, I'll take hard work for sure. If you watched last night's recap video, I apologize. I didn't realize that it had screwed up the audio and video until I went back to do a little bit of editing, and I was like, oh crap. And then I realized I was going to re-record it, and I'd been using my work equipment. I had to start using my personal equipment. I spent like 4 hours redoing my little recording space last night. Didn't get the video re-recorded. It was just a disaster. But got up this morning, continued it, was able to get the stream set up for today. I can tweak it again once we go dark today. So slowly making progress. Yeah, I wished I could say it was intentional. It wasn't. I actually I used OBS to do the screen recording to basically make my video, and I guess it just glitched out because it was supposed to be a 37-minute stream or a 37-minute video before edit. Now I was going to chop down and get out some quiet spaces. Plus, there were transitions like me moving the spreadsheet here and spreadsheet there that I was going to crop out. But then when I loaded it into my DaVinci Resolve, I noticed that my 37-minute was like 22 or something like that. It was like 17, I don't know. It was way shorter. And I was like, what the heck? So I pressed play, and the first 5 minutes, as you saw, was fine. And then all of a sudden, I went into Speedy Gonzalez mode, and I was like, I don't know what OBS did. It was weird. And I don't know what caused it to just take off at some random interval. Like it was working fine, and then you saw the results. I didn't make any changes. I literally just stopped recording and noticed that my video was a different length than I expected. I was like, what the heck? You'll see a lot of videos hit my channel in the next few days, though. I decided one strategy that I'm going to start employing is when you see me do these super chats and give money to these guys who have a whole lot more money than I do, like Mitch and Laws and stuff like that, I've decided that I'm going to start taking them responding to my questions and using that as a way for me to create a video and elaborate more on whatever the topic or question that I posed or whatever. And then usually, of course, outshine them, show my superior intellect and my love for the sport. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So, but anyway, I think that it would be a great way to start trying to produce some more content and maybe catch up to Toby because that dude is a madman. It seems like he never stops posting. Oh, I need to try something. So let's do this. Sweet, it works. Do I think Liz and Laws will appreciate this strategy? Okay, so you're talking about me doing super chats and turning them. The way I feel about it is I hope so. They should. It's basically free advertising back to them. But also, I'd say this. Part of me doesn't really care. I'm paying for that time, so why not? I feel like I have every right to do it. So, I mean, I guess if someone took it upon themselves to contact me and said, hey, I don't really want you using the chats on your channel, I would think that's weird because, again, it's advertising for them. But if they really said that, then I would respect their wishes. I'd probably also stop giving them money. And thanks for talking to me too, and asking questions and doing stuff like that, so that I could test my new plaything, the little on-screen focus chat widget that I just decided to try. Even if I wasn't paying for the time, legally I could do it, because I'm not doing their entire video. I'm literally taking a portion and then commenting on that and providing my own commentary. We have fair use rights to do that, so I've already used their names and titles. Now maybe they don't know that. Maybe they haven't seen it, but I've done that, and really, they're public personas at this point. People can use your name in titles and advertising and all kinds of things. They can't use your likeness, but they can use your name. Essentially, though, what you're going to see, just in case you're wondering, would be like, what does Mitch think about fill in the blank? And or why is Mitch wrong about anyone being able to deadlift 600 pounds? Or why is Laws a little bit too much of a homer for Mitch Hooper? Something like that. But you'll see like a super chat, I like ask them that question, and then based upon whether I agree with them or not, the title might be like, why is so and so right about this, or why is so and so wrong about blah blah blah. Yeah, you can go to earthcam.com to get it. In the past, EarthCam has actually had several different Myrtle Beach streams, and there are other sites out there that have some Myrtle Beach cams. If you just Google Myrtle Beach live webcams, you'll come up with a bunch of them. But EarthCam specifically, in years past, there would be 2 or 3 good ones, depending upon if they were recording on the beach or recording on the street or recording up the strip. There were a few different cameras to at least get you some kind of view. This year, the only one that I've been able to find is the beach cam, and it's a bit unfortunate because if we look at it now, you can actually see in the upper right corner, the mid right corner, I guess, they're doing something not on the beach there, and I can't see anything that's happening. I can see there's people over there watching something, but I don't know what that something is. So for the most part, it's kind of look a bit jank. It's really unfortunate. Maybe one day WSM will get their stuff together and can give us some proper live streaming. It would be nice. Sad Tom Stoltman. Okay, let's do this. I want to start using this feature since I've got it. Sad Tom Stoltman did not make it through being a Brit, but really hope Foytu makes the podium as he looked amazing at Europe's Strongest Man. Not only did Foytu look amazing at Europe's Strongest Man, he's looked amazing through the groups. He just looks on fire right now. I'm not sure he'll make the podium, but I'm also not sure that he won't. I think he is definitely... He's definitely a contender. He is definitely a contender. He looks really good right now. And again, as I commented in the Laws and Lives watch party yesterday. The crazy thing about him is his age. We probably haven't seen the best of this guy yet. The best of this guy is probably a couple years out. So if he's this good already, who knows how good he could get. There's several guys though that are going to have an event or two that they don't excel at. You don't have a field full of Mitchell Hoopers and Martins Lisis who are relatively good at everything or pretty darn good at everything. You've got a lot of guys in this heat who can do certain things really well and certain things not so well. And so by the time you get through all 5 events, you're going to see some guys jerk up and down. So I think it's fine for Foytu to have an event or two that he's not going to be stellar at, because there's going to be guys who are really stellar at those things who aren't good where he's at. So it'll wash out in the end. We'll have to just see. We'll have to just see at the end of tomorrow who's on top. But I think Foytu has a real shot of Podium. I guess if you asked me right now who I really expect to be on that podium, I'm probably going to say Hooper. I'm probably going to say Andrade. And I'm probably going to say... Oh... I feel like Hooper and Andrade are going to be there. I have several different names that I think could be in that third spot. And I'm not even saying it'll be Hooper, Andrade, 1, 2, but I feel confident those two guys are going to be on your podium. But I think Nell has a shot at repeating, and of course being on the podium if he doesn't. I think, as I already mentioned, Foytu has a shot. I think you can't ever count out the Dragon because he usually is consistent. Now, in the last 2 events, or 2 competitions that he's competed in, he's been a little less Dragon-like in that he has done really poor in an event or 2 and then reared back afterwards. Usually, he's a third place to the death kind of guy. So there's that. But you can't ever count him out. And of course, with Trey Mitchell's incredible strength, I always feel like it's foolish and stupid to count him out of any competition unless we're just doing farmers walks all day long. So I don't know. I think you're going to have Hooper. I think you're going to have Andrade on a podium. That third spot, I think it's anybody's guess. So Strong Rabbit, where are you from? I mean, I know you said being a Brit, but where are you from specifically? Leeds, okay. I'll say this about the UK. I think you guys have much more passionate fans of Strongman than we do in the USA. And you guys are way more dedicated to it. I mean, I feel like, well, I wake up every morning to Scotland is a place called home. That's my ringtone that wakes me up and gets me out of bed. I feel like I always should have been from Scotland, and that's where I should live today. But outside of where my heart is, I'm an American, and I'm a veteran. I fought and defended this country. So USA, 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 all that jazz. But that being said, I don't really know that my fellow Americans appreciate Strongman the way that the people in the UK do. And I'd love to go party with you guys at a live event sometime. I should probably pull up Strongman archives in another window just to make sure that nothing goes crazy today. I have not been to Iraq and Afghanistan, so let me let me reverse course on what I said when I said I have fought and defended my country. What I meant really was I have volunteered to fight and defend my country. I swore an oath to do that. I was actually never called to wartime. So I never picked up a weapon and pointed at an enemy, or I never went and charged anyone. I never was under gunfire. So let it not be said that I am stealing valor or taking credit for things I didn't do. I never did that. All I did was held up my hand and said, hey, I will do this if it comes to it, but I was never called to make that sacrifice. Okay, the spreadsheet might go dark for a minute, guys. I'm not really sure what's going to happen when I do this. You'll have to excuse me. Yeah, that's what I thought was going to happen. Okay, it wasn't too bad, though. Strongman archives. I'd like to have a second source up just in case these things aren't updating the way they're supposed to. Give me just a second here. I'll be right with you guys. Okay, doesn't look like there's been any updates yet. Okay, fantastic. Okay. I think I can keep this over here and it won't mess up you guys. Oh, fantastic. That works fantastic. That works great. I'm not showing that one, so it doesn't really matter. That's perfect. Okay. I have a great way to check this. Well, banana hammock. It's not that ballsy. I mean, up until last year when I was too sick to do it, I did it 3 years in a row, I think. I don't have anything against them. I know that you're not really the biggest fan, or maybe you've come around, maybe you've changed. I know for a while you weren't really the biggest fan. I don't have anything against them. I enjoy them. I've been a member of the channel for a long time. You see me give them a ridiculous amount of money in super chats and things over the years. So I can't badmouth them. I have nothing to say. I enjoy their content. I enjoy it. But I also know that I like to talk about this stuff. I'm really passionate about it, and maybe people don't want to hear me. Maybe they think you're a nobody. No one cares what you think, dude, and that's perfectly fair. But there are other people who want to hear, I think, what fans of the sport think about rather than just competitors, because it's a different mindset. It's a different take. And in addition to that, I like to talk with people. I like to talk with other fans, and you can do that in the chat a little bit. You can, at somebody and then say something. More often than not, they don't reply. This is a great way for me to really feel like I'm engaged with people who are passionate about the sport that I'm passionate about. So I'm not really doing it to compete with them or do anything. I'm just doing it because it's fun to me. Do I think Myrtle Beach is the best location for the competition, or do I miss it going around the world like Africa, Malta, etc.? I think it's a good question. As a matter of fact, it's a question that I was pondering last night. I was thinking about this as I was trying to redo my recording space and get things set up. And the answer is, I'm going to waffle a little bit. I'm not sure. I think it's a great location. I think it's beautiful. I do think that having a location that I guess could be known as the spot can help with branding and awareness, kind of like you mentioned Europe and Leeds being held in the same, or Europe being held in the same location in Leeds every year. But I also realize it's an international competition, It's not a North America or a USA competition. I think other fans deserve a right to do that and cheer on their home countrymen. I also think it's kind of exciting for the athletes to be able to travel and things like that. Then ultimately, I really come down to this. In the grand scheme of things, until World's Strongest Man gets their act together and decides to make things more spectator and fan friendly, they've done better in the last couple of years. We get bleachers and seats and stuff like that. We invite people to come take part of it. Before, it was like, hey, you get no live stream. You can watch the program in Christmas, months later. And we don't care if anybody shows up to cheer on other than family and friends or not. Now, they're slowly transforming it into a spectator product. But I really think until they embrace that, it doesn't really matter where it's held. We have to actually show the fans that we care about them. Otherwise, who's going to show up? They do a terrible job, I think, of marketing. They do a terrible job of advertising. They just don't do a good job with reaching out to the fans or branding the product. And I think that's because at the end of the day, all of us know that World's Strongest Man is a TV show first and a sporting contest second. But it's a TV show. That's really what they care about. And that's what they invest in. And everything else kind of suffers and falls to the wayside by it. And I think all of us fans are sick and tired of it, to be honest. Okay, we do have some events coming into the Strongman archive. It appears that Nick Guardione finished the flip and carry in 43.86 seconds, and Matthew Ragg in 37.24 seconds. So that spreadsheet is not updating in real time. I was kind of hoping it would. So we will go ahead. I'm sure they'll update it when everything is through. But in the meantime, I guess we'll look at Strongman Archive. I can probably set this up to do both. I'll have to play with it a little bit. I apologize. I was kind of hoping I wouldn't have to do that. The bad thing is that's a completely different aspect ratio between the two websites, so I can't really just do an overlay on top without it screwing up the build. Oh well. We'll tolerate it for today. I'll figure out a good solution for tomorrow. Or maybe in between the events, because we'll have a long time in between them. Used to have we used to get to 500 people watching us live at the same time and chatting with us. I might have even been up to 1,000 one time. I'm not really sure. But I guess when you haven't been doing it, you haven't been posting, you haven't been giving content, you haven't been letting the people know that you're still there, understandably, they kind of forget about you. So right now we've got 4 viewers. So our glory days of several hundred seem to be a bit out of reach right now. I've got my work cut out for me. Let's see. Does the Strongman archive tell you when the last final did not have a UK competitor? It probably won't say UK. You'll be able to see, hey, there wasn't anyone representing from this country or that country, but I feel like some over some of the years, you've had different countries' flag showing. Like you had the Scottish flag showing, rather than the UK, and so I will readily admit I'm not sure I know every single nation that is part of the UK. I might need your help with that. And so if you could list for me all of the nations that are part of the UK, then I could probably just painstakingly go back and look through the last several and see when that happened. But I suspect it has been a long time, if ever. I mean, it feels like they've always had someone there. Now I've got myself wondering, which nations do make up the UK? I should know that. I'm ashamed of myself. Which nations make up the United Kingdom? Okay, I thought it was more than 4. I thought it was more than 4. Yeah, England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland. Okay. Well, turns out I'm a bigger idiot than I thought, because I was thinking there were like 7 or 8. So, yeah, I'm a dummy. I really should know that, since I was just talking about before, like how I always felt this kinship and I have a desire to be in Scotland. And at some point I probably will plant my flag there. I love the Scots. All right. Let me go back and just take a look at Strongman contest real quick. And let's see if I can get an answer. Okay, I only want World's Strongest Man. Scotland is a beautiful place. I go for Christmas every year, as my mom was a jock. So you call people from you call Scottish people jocks? Or your mother was an athlete who happened to be Scottish? Jocks you. Interesting. Why does my beard have 4 colors? Because it didn't have 5, I guess. I don't know. It just does. 2025 World's Strongest Man definitely had. 2024 definitely had. 2023 definitely had. 22 definitely had. 21 definitely had. UK guys. 20 definitely had it. Because, you know, if you see Stoltman on the podium, that already answers that. 19. Let's see here. I'm pretty sure that was fine too. Yep. And it's probably been a long time. Okay, the last time that the World's Strongest Man final didn't have someone from the UK in it appears that would have been 2018. 2018. That year you had Hafthor, you had Kilikowski, you had Brian Shaw, you had Martins Lisis, you had Jay Caron, you had Els, you had Maciej Belsak, you had Robert Oberst, you had Konstantin Janasha, and you had Zadrunas. So yeah, it looks like 2018. Gosh. As I get older and older, it feels like stretching simultaneously feels horrible and amazing at the same time. Yeah, I would have thought it'd been longer than 2018 as well. I was a bit surprised that I only had to go back that far. I would have thought, like I said, well, you heard me say, maybe never. I was really expecting to have to go back 15, 18, 20 years to see it, but 8 years ago. Oh, man, I am really tight. Okay, we got a couple more results for you guys. We have Trey Mitchell at 40.43 seconds and Martins Lises at 39.31 seconds. So as of right now, that means Matthew Ragg is still in the lead. Martins would be in second so far. Trey Mitchell would be in third, and Nick Gardione would be in fourth out of the 4 competitors that have completed the knack, flip, and carry so far. I think I have another idea. Let me go ahead and add another source here. Let's do this. Strongman archives. You guys are going to see the display look a bit wonky, and I apologize for that, but I'm just trying to figure out a way to do this. I don't like you guys not being able to see the results. We'll just do that. I'll just kind of toggle it on and off when we need to. So for right now, we'll go ahead and hide it. But I'll bring it back up there every time I decide to share a result that's not showing on the good spreadsheet. It'll work. It's not beautiful. I'll make it look better tomorrow, but for today, it will be functional. Alright. So if you are watching along and you're sitting there quietly, let us know where you're watching from and who are you cheering for? Who's your horse in this race? You are more than welcome. And you do look like a pretty strong rabbit. I'll give you props there. That's probably the buffest rabbit I've ever seen. Although rabbits are definitely better athletes than bunnies. You guys seen anything that really made you think that it was a big surprise through the groups? I mean, I'm assuming there's people who were surprised that Tom's not, in the final. What other things caught you by surprise? Is there anyone in the final that you had written off and thought had no chance at being there, and somehow here they are? Is there anyone other than Stoltman that you're gutted isn't there? How does it feel knowing that Lucas Hatton didn't make the final, yet if there were no groups, he would have had, I think, the third most points overall. Maybe even better than that. I can't remember. I mean, he had, if we did away with groups, I looked at all this stuff last night, and then I got frustrated trying to redo my room and fix things. But if there were no groups, Lucas Hatton cleaned up. He did well. And then, not even enough to get through to the final. So, is the BS that we're talking about, I mean, there could be a lot of BS, but are we talking about like who is in the final and how they get there? Are we talking about, to me, the bigger obstacle, which is the fact that they don't make it easy for fans to follow the sport or to love the sport? Don't seem to set up good events, don't seem to really promote them properly. Kind of hard for me to just keep rambling when we don't have a bunch of people here, because that's all I'd have to do. If we get a lot of people showing up, then I can interact and talk and answer questions and all that kind of stuff. But until then, since we can't watch it live, it's really just me running my mouth. I can't believe that my stream grew in the first few years, where I got up to several hundred to 1,000 people watching at a time, because it was usually 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 hours of me just running my mouth. Pontificating about the sport of strongman. It's actually the same camera I was using before. I just have a completely different setup for everything right now, and this is all going to be changing drastically in the coming months. As a matter of fact, I shared with people yesterday that my health is in good shape, which is fantastic, because I also see that you posted this here, so let's talk about that. For the first time in a long time, I am healthy. Also got some other things going on. Way back a couple years ago, we were doing a live stream, and Mark, you may have been here, maybe you weren't, but my longtime friend Melanie popped in for a few seconds, and I was like, hey, everybody say hi to Melanie. Now, we'd been platonic best friends for like 25 years, long time. Was never romantic. But now, I'm actually going to marry Melanie in June, and we're going to build a mega-size home and adopt some kids in South Central Colorado. So the Jace man is going to be married in this June. So there we go. Still watching. Yes, I am. So let me go back and tell you that I'm still watching. And Melanie, I might have talked about this in that stream too. I'm not sure, because I didn't think it was my place. She's gonna be my bride. I guess it is now. So Melanie actually has muscular dystrophy, and she's been in a wheelchair the entire time I've known her. So when we get married in June, we actually are not going to live together right away. So right now she lives in the Seattle area. I'm down here in Southeast Missouri still. We won't actually live together until I get the house properly built for her in Colorado, sometime around February or March of next year. And the main reason being is she does have certain medical necessities that we have to make sure that I'm accounting for. And, you know, everything is set exactly the way she needs it where she is right now, so I don't want to take her out of that selfishly. So I want to make sure that she has a home that is built with her needs in mind before we live together. So... And now let's do this. We got some more results. So let's let's get Jace to shut up about personal life, and let's talk Strongman, because that's what you guys are here for, right? So we had Pavlo Kordiaka coming in at 33.8, and I feel like that's a blistering good time. And Andre Foytu just continues to look great at 36.13. So this shakes up the leaderboard in the Connect Flip and Carry, at least so far. So if we redid it right now, we would see Pavlo is in the first place position, Andre Foytu is in the second place position, Matthew Ragg is in the third place position. That drops Martins Lisis back to fourth, and then we've got Trey Mitchell in fifth and Nick Gardione in sixth. So that's where we're at right now. Watching spreadsheets is so exciting. So exciting. All right. I don't know if we have enough people to do a poll. We probably don't. But I'm going to ask it and keep it up and keep it running for a while just in case people pop in. So why not? Let's just do a poll real quick. Here's our poll. All right. There's the poll. See, Kordiaka is a fast athlete, but not the strongest. If you're talking about, if we're defining strong as like, static, yeah, he's probably not among the best. But you're right, he is not only a fast athlete, he's an excellent athlete. And obviously he's a strong beast. You don't actually compete in these contests if you're not, right. Statically, he's not one of the strongest guys in the contest, but he is strong. But he's certainly, not only is he a good athlete, he's built tough. He is built tough. You'll see, like, a lot of times in these contests that are, especially these long contests that are grueling, he lasts, and it's probably because he's better conditioned than a lot of the guys. That is an interesting discussion to have in itself as to what percentage do we consider mental and physical toughness to be a good attribute for a strongman. Is it just about who can pick up the most weight from the floor, or put the most weight overhead, or insert static feat of strength here? I care about those things, and I care most about those things. That's why I watch. But are there other things that a good strongman really needs to have? And if so, what are those? Mark says that I think people are thrown off a bit expecting the events to start at the volleyball place like yesterday. It's hard to know what anybody expects because, as we've talked about all morning long, the World's Strongest Man doesn't make it easy for anybody to know anything. They are terrible at marketing their events. They are terrible at communicating with the fans. They're terrible at setting events up for the fans. Out of all of the people that we got to bring Smo back. We have to bring Strongest Man on Earth back. We have to do that. Out of all the contests that are out there, I think Brian did the best job of making an event that was truly fan-centric, that was truly about saying, hey, we appreciate the fact that you appreciate us. I mean, he always said it was an event for the athletes, by the athletes, and that's great. But I think by nature of it being for the athletes, it was really for the fans. I think Brian did a great job with that. Now, I also think we probably could have did without the arm wrestling stuff and the grip stuff. I think a lot of the fans were a bit turned off by that. They're like, hey, don't forget, Brian, we know that you're arm wrestling now, and we know that you like it, but we're here because we're fans of Strongman. So don't don't forget your bread and butter, and don't forget why you're where you're at and why the people who are following you are following you. And so I do think that rubbed some people the wrong way, but that wasn't totally it. Now, Rogue does a fantastic job. I don't think Strongman fans appreciate Rogue the way they do because they still think of them as that CrossFit company. But they do great marketing. They do great fan engagement. They understand what it's like to put on a good show, whether it's your cup of tea or not. They understand how to do it. And of course, Arnold's is great because of largely because of the name that it comes with. But it used to just be this rugged thing where it was, just a hardy competition and you show up and that was it. But it has become this exposition where it is so much more than a contest now. And if you're a fan, it is a joy to behold. And I think next year I need to try to go to all of these, don't I? I need to try to go to Rogue, Arnold, and WSM next year. And if there is a SMO, I need to go to it for sure. If. Brian, please bring back Strongest Man on Earth. Good point. Is Tom's autism kill him when things don't go perfectly? So I think this is regarding to the attributes of a strong man in terms of what else is important, and like how is mental toughness and physical toughness important. And I think Tom's autism is a bit weird in this because it does seem like sometimes it benefits him and other times it doesn't, which I guess is the same kind of way that our personality types work when we're not on the spectrum. But what I mean by that is there are some times when you've seen Tom in the past where he faces adversity, and then it kind of seems to make him come back stronger than ever. And then there are other times where he does seem to collapse a bit under it. He gets a bit discouraged, loses confidence, and then it takes him a while to climb out of that. And so, is that all related to the autism? Is it just a thing that we all go through? I don't know. And I wouldn't necessarily say that Tom is mentally weak, but I don't think... I feel like a jerk saying this, but I don't think that mental toughness is Tom's... I don't think it's his best asset. But I am hoping that him not making the final this year just lights an incredible fire under him. And I'm hoping that he comes back and just makes 2027 his, the word that people say that rhymes with witch. I'm hoping that he just goes on a tear in 2027. But I guess we'll have to watch and find out. It's like they are gatekeeping their own events. You're not wrong. They need to get their stuff together. Let's see here. SMO as a cross promotion with Giants Live alternating between US and UK could work and decrease the economic burden on Shaw. That's not a bad idea. And as I talked about before, you guys are just way more passionate about the sport than we Americans are. I wish that we had your passion. Some of us do, because you got nutcases like me that eat, sleep, breathe, can't get enough strength sports. And of the strength sports that are out there, Strongman it has my heart and it's my favorite. But I'm into powerlifting. I'm into Olympic weightlifting. I don't care one iota about this whole arm wrestling stuff that has kind of taken our sport by storm because of Brian's involvement. I think arm wrestling is ridiculously boring. I'm not interested in it at all. But of the three sports that I consider strength sports, strongman, powerlifting, weightlifting, I love every last one of them. But strongman is definitely my favorite. And if we had your passion, I think SMO would probably be more successful. And so I think by Brian maybe even not having to make everything in his home of Colorado, which as a guy who just bought land in Colorado and will soon be living in Colorado, I'm kind of excited if SMO comes back and is there, because then I've got no excuse not to be there every year. But I do think that maybe jumping across the pond for an event or something could really help his event specifically. So what do you do as Tom, a guy who peaks for World's Strongest Man? Do you now try and peak again for Rogue? His whole pattern is thrown off. I think the first thing that you do is you don't say, hey, I didn't make the final, so I better find a new coach. Now, I'm not advocating for his coach. I'm not saying that he should stick there and that's the best coach for him. What I am saying, though, is that you don't use this as an excuse to start coach shopping. You can't have difficulties and you can't have failures and then find a new coach every time. That's not good for you. It's also excuse making, and I think it makes it even more difficult to be mentally tough and to challenge yourself and to crawl out of holes when you're in them, because you're always looking for a blame factor. It wasn't me. It was because they didn't prepare me right. It wasn't me. It was because my nutritionist failed me. It wasn't me because of... now, at the end of the day, maybe you didn't have the best coaching. Maybe you didn't have the best nutrition. Maybe you didn't have these. But as the athlete, I've always believed that the bulk of the responsibility rests on you. It's up to you to make sure that those things are going down properly. Now, whether he chooses a new coach or not, I guess what I'm really saying is I hope he finds a team that he wants to stick with and is willing to invest in. I actually believe that Big Brother Luke might make an excellent coach for him if Luke decides he wants to stop competing. Because, I mean, you can't ask for someone who has much more knowledge in the sport than Luke. You can't ask for someone that understands Tom's needs much more than Luke. You can't ask for someone that knows what's going to really make Tom tick as well as his brother. I think Luke would make an excellent coach if and when we ever get there. I don't know. Now, to the other side of not the mental toughness, but peaking. Well, I don't know, but I hope he peaks for Rogue. But if not for Rogue, I hope he looks at the calendar and he finds an event that says, I want to pour my heart and soul into this event and get ready to show people Tom Stoltman 2.0 is here. And whether that's Rogue or something a little further down the road, that's fine. I just hope that the event that he doesn't circle on the calendar is World's Strongest Man 2027. There's already a lot of fans that believe that Tom sucks everywhere except for World's Strongest Man, which I think is an unfair criticism. The dude's been on podiums everywhere. Sure, maybe he hasn't held the title up and is, hey, I'm the champion of Arnold. Hey, I'm the champion of Rogue. Hey, I'm the champion of Smo. But the dude's been on the podium everywhere he's been. So you can't really act like, well, he's just a one-hit wonder or one-trick pony. I don't think that's fair. But I also think it's unquestionable that the best Tom usually shows up for World's Strongest Man, and that's where his focus is. So I don't know what he's going to peak for. I don't know if it's going to be Rogue or not, but I really hope for his own sake and for the sake of us as fans both, that he targets an event to show up at and train his butt off for, and I hope that event is not 12 months from now at World's Strongest Man 2027. I'd like to see him focus on something shorter and show that he can get after it and put his focus on a different goal. I'd love to see that. Will Tom be invited to Rogue? Is it deserved now? Deserved is a funny word, isn't it? You often hear some people say, I don't deserve this, I earned it. And I've always thought that's a really weird thing for people to say. It's like people who say that really don't understand the definition of the word deserve. If you earned it, you do deserve it. And if you deserve it, you may or may not have earned it. But if you deserved it, it's possible that the reason that you deserve it is because you earned it. Now, is it deserved? Well, I don't know. You could make a strong case to say that Tom deserves it based on everything that he has done in the sport. You could also make an argument that that's a stupid argument to make when people make that over and over and over, because new athletes never have a chance to get the credit that they deserve or rise to prominence. It's like, well, you just keep sticking the vets in there. You keep sticking the names that people know because you want to sell tickets. And undoubtedly, having Tom Stoltman competing is going to sell some tickets. And so, I do think that I don't think it's wrong necessarily. I don't think it's necessarily unfair to reward someone for long-term dominance or long-term excellence in the sport. But I also question how long should that buy you credit? How long should that elevate you above those who may be beating you in competitions today? It's great that you beat them 3 years ago, but who won yesterday? So I think your question is a good question. I also know that since I'm not the one sending out the rogue invites, I guess it doesn't matter. But I would love to see, I guess in a perfect world, I'd love to see some collaboration between the main competitions. And I'd love to see a strongman ranking system, whether it's points-based or something else, whether we take and let fans of the sport, or whether we let certain pundits, certain retired competitors, people who think they know a lot about the sport like me, or whatever it may be. It would be interesting, I think, to have some kind of ranking system where we could say, these are your top 10 strongman, these are your top 15 strongman, these are your top 20 strongman. And it's not so much based upon who that promoter wants to invite, but based upon who those in the know seem to think are most deserving present day. Yeah, and I think this is kind of one of the things I was alluding to. So I can't say I disagree, because I agree. Do I watch MMA, UFC? Well, if I didn't, I probably wouldn't have said, is your avatar Hamzat Shemaev? Yeah, if there's actually a sport that I love as much as strongman, it's probably MMA. I've been watching it since UFC 1. I had all the old VHS tapes, and I'm hardcore. I'm not casual. I watched Elite XC. I watched the WEC before the UFC. Zuffa swallowed them up. Strike Force, Bellator, World Series of Fighting, or the Professional Fighters League. Yeah, I never stop watching it. So yes, I watch it. Yes, I do. And I'm actually someone that's trained in martial arts quite a bit. That doesn't mean that I'm a bad butt either. I still get my butt kicked by a lot of people. So do it. You're good with spreadsheets. You can do a monthly power rankings, Mark. You know what, Mark? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. And that does give me an excuse for more content, right? We could start doing something like that. Maybe I release the things and then I go on a live stream to talk about it. Like, hey, let's see who are the top 20 or the top 20 strongman in March of 2026. Let's see who's the top strongman in April of 2026. Now the question is, can I really do that on a monthly basis? Maybe, maybe not. It might be difficult. I'd have to come up with some kind of criteria as to what is a qualifying thing. Is it only your success in international competition that counts towards the rankings? Is it with national competitions? Is it only professional? Can we allow amateur competition because you've got to eventually go from amateur to pro, right? You have to earn your pro card, so to speak. So how do you get there? So I'd have to kind of come up to make it fair, to make it the kind of thing that Jace would be proud of, because you guys have seen me over the years. I like to be more objective than subjective. So to do that and to do honor to what you're suggesting, Mark, and I like the idea, I think I would really need to sit down and come up with a list of criteria that I would judge it on, so that it's not just my stupid opinion, so that it's not just Jace likes this guy and hates this guy over here. I'd want to have some way to say I'm defending it based upon A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. And you know what, Mark? It's a dang good idea. I think I'm gonna take it and run with it. Thank you. It's a great idea. Judge them by their monthly YouTube content. Sounds like a lot of work. If we judge them based on their monthly YouTube content, the greatest strongman in the world right now is Toby Lively. Okay, I'm telling you right now, if we're going based on YouTube content alone, the best strongman in the world today is Toby Lively. I don't care that he's not a pro. I don't care that he's not competing in these majors. Nobody is producing more content, more passionate content, and more quality content on a consistent, regular basis than Toby Lively. My hat's off to him. And if you're not following him, go follow him. A great young guy, and man, he loves the sport. All right. The Strong Rabbit says, I'd like to see a Strongman Olympia, events driven where athletes can choose the events they compete in, and each event has gold, silver, bronze. We would get the best in the world at each event. We kind of do that now, not the way that you're suggesting or talking about here, and I'd have to give it some thought. Initially, I think I like it, but I'd have to really give it some more thought too, to go to the nuances and the details, because that's where I like to hang out. But I'd say in some regards we already do that, because we do have specific lifts. You know, like we have deadlift championships, we have log press championships. We have certain events where we're saying, hey, we're going to center the entire contest around this specific lift or this specific event, and then we let people, you know, throw their hat in it. So to a lesser degree, I think we already do that, but at scale, yeah, I'd say we don't have an event like that, and it might be interesting. I think it would require long-term fans of the sport to maybe step back a little bit, though, because we usually think of a contest as trying to avoid the specialties, as to who's doing that. If we go back to the Olympia thing that you're talking about, I kind of think of Strongman as the decathlon. I'm not just there to see who is the best sprinter. I'm there to see who is the best athlete overall. I'm not just there to... So with Strongman, I'm not just there to see who's the best presser. I'm there to see who is the strongest man overall. So it would require a little bit of rewiring in here. Not necessarily unhealthy rewiring, but maybe to get out of my comfort zone. Okay, so the knack carry too, it's good now. So I need to stop talking to you guys about this stuff and show you some results. That's what we need to do, right? Because the spreadsheet here hasn't updated, which makes me mad. But what has updated is everyone has finished the flip and carry. So let's go ahead and sort this real quick. So we can see that the flip and carry was won by Reno Nell, beating out Hooper by 14 hundredths of a second. Less than 2 seconds behind is Mitchell Hooper at 27.44. Now, Hooper went in to day 3, or into the finals weekend, with the most points. So he got a 10-point... he was awarded 10 points for having the most points throughout the groups. Reno was in second. So it was Hooper, Nell. Now it's Nell Hooper, so they're going to be tied at 19. So that's kind of interesting. Pavlo finishes third place with 33.8 for 8 points. Eddie Williams, I'm very, very impressed with Eddie. I'll be honest. I probably don't give Eddie Williams enough credit. I think of him too much as the singing strongman. And maybe a few years ago, maybe that was fair. But in the last couple years, he has stepped up and improved his game big time, and I think he's really proven it a lot in this year, in this event as well. Andre Foytu picking up a 5th place finish at 36.13, giving him 6 points. Matthew Ragg 37.24 for 5. Martins 7th place here. Probably not as good a start as the Dragon would have wanted. 39.31. And then talk about not what they would have wanted. Trey Mitchell, 8th place here. But I've talked about this time and time again. It seems like that's what Trey Mitchell does. He's always going to start out doing poor in the first event. He gets in these massive holes, and then somehow when you look at the end of the competition, he's almost always among the top. So I don't know exactly how he does that. I know a lot of times it's because of the hand. We start with a farmer's walk or something like that. But even when we're not, it's uncanny the number of times that Trey Mitchell is near the bottom on an event one and then near the top by the time that everything's all shakes out. Austin Andrade. I said that this dude was going to be on the podium. I said, hey, I'm confidently saying that you have Hooper and Andrade. And then I have several different names that we can talk about who might be the third guy on the podium. Could still happen. But, man, Andrade just made his work cut out for him. And I would have thought that two of the guys who would be in favorites there would be Trey Mitchell and Andrade. So they both have got a lot of work to do. And then Nick Gardione in the 10th place finish here for a single point. So, right now, I guess out of everybody, I'd rather be Rain O'Neill or Mitchell Hooper. And if I can't be Rain O'Neill or Mitchell Hooper, then I guess Pavlo Kordiaka. But if we look at the total points, that's what's more important. Again, we can see that Reno and Mitchell are tied at 19 points apiece. Eddie Williams, like I said, really, really looking great. 14, Pavlo 13, and then Andre at 12. And then the rest of the pack is in your bottom half after one event, or 1.5 events if we're counting the prelims as a half event or whatever you want to say. It's worth the same amount of points as the others, though. It's good stuff. Bad start for Big Andrade. It is. It's a 2-horse race from the get-go. You know what? It is, but I'm okay with it being a 2-horse race than a 1-horse race, because there have been many times in recent years where it was a 1-horse race because Hooper just comes out there and does so great early on that, well, we've seen it play out time and time again. The dude doesn't even need to compete in the last event. He's already your champion. It's good when Tom is challenging him, or Trey is challenging him, or Reno, or insert strongman's name. I think I'd love to see a tight enough competition where the top 3, 4, 5 guys are really jostling back and forth, and you have this super, super tight competition. But if we can't have that, I much prefer a 2-man race than a 1-man race, because watching someone dominate, it's kind of fun, but it's also not exciting. There's no anticipation. There's none of that anxiety building in your stomach that gets you more or emotionally invested in the results. You just are like, oh, it's a foregone conclusion. I already know what's going to happen here. So I'm not cheering for Hooper. I'm not cheering for Nell, but I'm cheering for them both to keep doing what they're doing here in terms of challenging one another. Let's see them continue to battle. Reno beating Hooper on the yoke event. The man came to play. Yeah. Okay, so I think the only thing that we can say there, though, is I didn't watch it live. I mean, I guess technically I did. You can kind of see it back there. I just can't make it out. You need to have better vision than an eagle for sure. But it was a dual event, right? It's not just a yoke, right? You've got a yoke plus. So did Reno beat him in the yoke? Is that where he picked up the 0.14 of a point? Did he actually beat Mitch in Mitch's zone? Or did he do well enough in the flip that he was able to say, okay, Mitch, you can run as fast as you want with that thing, but you're not going to catch up to the lead that I already built. I don't know. Been nice to watch it live and see. Nell will drop on the deadlift and max log. He probably will suffer in the log press, his deadlift is actually improving really, really rapidly. Will it will it be as good as Hooper's? No. Will it be as good as Andrade's? No. Will it be as good as Trey Mitchell's? No. So he's not going to be a top point guy there, but Reno's deadlift is improving pretty rapidly. But yeah, he's definitely going to lose some points to Hooper in those events for sure. I'd really rather not get into it, but I know it's going to come up several times. So basically, all that happened is this. I'm a, for those of you who watched this over the years, you know that I am a devout Christian. I am a licensed minister, and I preach, and so my beliefs are what they are. I also say it's not my job to condemn anyone. It's also not my job to act like I'm better than anyone. That being said, wrong is wrong, and I'll call wrong out. So the drama really, I think, comes from this. Luke gets in trouble for personal life stuff with his woman, and Hooper makes a public stance that is bad and that's inexcusable, and you have to be accountable as a man to your family. And then we would come to find out that Hooper is also pursuing someone that he's not married to. That someone just happened to be his was his wife's maid of honor. But I think that stuff doesn't really matter to me. Like, it doesn't matter who the person is; they're not your wife. So that's really the only discussion I care about. So anyway, I guess it comes down to this: people are like, "Oh, I guess Mitchell Hooper is a big hypocrite," and so that's the drama. I try to see myself out of that, but you asked what it was about. That's what it's about. The other beach cam can see the deadlift setup. Well, I'd have to figure out which beach cam it is because there are so many of them. Okay, the boardwalk for the... Okay. Can someone... I tried to pull up the boardwalk cam earlier and it wasn't loading for me. So can someone post a link to make sure that I have the right one? Because it wasn't loading for me earlier. Someone post a link if you don't mind. I'll also do this. I'll go here and try to find another one. Give me just a second, guys. Myrtle Beach Boardwalk. Caesar, stop. I think it's this one right here. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Turn that off. Okay, crap. Let's go back here. Myrtle Beach Boardwalk Cam by Myrtle Beach Today channel. Is that a YouTube channel? I know it's not on the Earth Cam site that I see anyway. Okay, let me do that then real quick. Give me a second here. Got some kind of static coming through the line. I'm not sure what's causing that. Okay. Myrtle Beach today. Boardwalk Ham. We don't have the I can move that around a little bit, but that's fine. It's not in the same position on the screen that the Earth Cam one is. So in order to fix it properly, I'll have to resize some things. I'll do that a little bit later, guys. But in the meantime, it looks pretty good. To be honest, what we can view of this looks better than what we see on the Earth Cam. So yeah. All right. Caesar, you need to lay down, pal. Lay down. Lay down. Go on. I'm trying to do something. No, lay down. Lay down. Okay, I've really got to figure out why I have static coming through. I can't figure out what's causing that. And why has this spreadsheet not updated yet either? What's up with that? I might have to update this myself and make a copy of this. Let's see here. The problem with that is it takes up a different amount of real estate. It's too tall. So if I take this here, oops, not what I meant to do at all. Go back. I only want you. I don't want, come on. Thank you. This guy is too tall. That's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. We'll post it over here. I don't want to cover up my thing though, that's the problem. Yeah. Guess we'll do it that way. That kind of sucks. All of this sucks. I'll have to just make it better as we go. It's fine for now. It's as good as it's going to get for this exact moment in time. Now I'm going to start making a copy of this and superimposing the results because obviously they're not updating it. So I will update it myself. Let's make a copy. And we'll go to the correct event here. Final events. There we go. And then I can start filling this in. So we've got Rain O'Neill. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Ah, that was not supposed to go to you. That was supposed to go to you. You're supposed to get this, sir. Okay, I'm actually not going to do that because I think this will take too long. I'm just going to stick to points here. That's what I'm going to do. 10, 9. Okay. 7, 6 points. 4. Oh, Pablo got 8. 6 for Foitu. 5 for Rag. 4 for the Dragon. 3 for Trey Mitchell. 2 for Andrade. So both of the Texas boys at the bottom, basically. There we go. Yeah. I feel like this one also needs a total points. I guess I don't like this spreadsheet as much as I thought I did now that I'm looking at it. Yeah. I think to do this properly, man, that would just take up so much freaking room. This sucks so badly. Yeah, that sucks. That really does suck. Highly annoying for me. I have to change the size of my cameras and everything else. It's just so ugly. I hate it. I know you guys want to see a bigger, badder Jace, right? You definitely want to see more of my pretty face. Why would you not want to see more of me? I'm sexy. Yeah, this is just horrible. This is just horrible. It's just horrible. Maybe that's not so horrible. That's okay, right? Right? Is that okay? I think that's okay. Now it probably means the if we go back to the beach cam, if we do anything there, it's probably going to be all screwed up. Let's just find out real quick. Actually, it's not that bad either. Okay, I think that's better than we had. Given the real estate that we're working with, I think it's okay. Nice. That looks good. Not that anybody's complaining. Just me being finicky. Looks good. Who could want more? Alright, boys. How do we feel about Tom Stoltman not making the final? How do we feel? I guess my big feeling is surprise. I wouldn't have said that I was predicting a Tom Stoltman win, but I figured we'd not only see Tom Stoltman in the finals, but he makes the podium every freaking year, even when he doesn't win. I guess I kind of figured Tom finishing outside of the top 5 was just unthinkable. So if finishing outside of the top 5 was unthinkable to me, not making the final was something I hadn't thought about. So I guess that's what I would say, is that surprises me. I need to move this since I moved everything else. It should go to the top. Let's do this. Boom. There we go. That should sit on top there. Yeah, we'll do that. Okay. How do you feel about it, Banana Hammock? How to put this nicely? Must be frustrating, but if he falters, it's always his best events. Stones or now stairs. I don't think that we can really say. I mean, you could. I'm not saying you're wrong, Mark. I'm going to push back on it a little bit, though, and say that I don't know if we can say Stones is necessarily fair. The only time that we've really seen him falter with Stones, and those being the best because Tom was king of the Stones, aka the Atlas Stones, is when we have not done the Atlas Stones, but we've done some other kind of stone. Or when we have done these crazy stones of gargantuan weights, and it is a go pick up this stone, and then Tom thinks, there's not an Atlas stone on Earth that I can't pick up, and he's proven to be wrong. So it's really been bad strategy, I think, a lot of times, in that he tries to bite off too much, sticks with a little bit too long. By then you're already tired, you're already screwed up, you already messed up. I think what a lot of these guys should do when we try to pick up the biggest stone is pick up something and get some points on the board so that you don't zero. It's sad and astounding to me how many guys have zeroed. Go pick up something so that you don't get a goose egg, and after that, you can see how that stone felt to make an educated guess as to which one you think you can go for next. But yeah, so there's that. And then the stairs, that could be true. I think I don't like making excuses for any athletes, and they probably don't want to make excuses for themselves either. Let's just be honest, though. Tom had a lot working against him by hurting himself on the very first event. So it's definitely easier to perform with ripped open calluses than it is with a broken leg. But even on the events where you're not using your hands and they don't come into play that much, unless it's a squat, where you're really not using them except just to support, you're going to feel it in everything you do. It's going to affect not only your grip, but it's going to just affect how that event feels to you. I know I've ripped them open in the gym, and even in things where I'm not really testing my grip, it definitely impacts my performance at the gym. So it is what it is. You know, it could have happened to anyone. It just happened to him. A couple of years ago, it happened to someone else, and then he became the world's strongest man because of it, potentially. So, I don't know. He's got some work to do. Let's just leave it at that. He's got some work to do. Let's see here. On the one hand, I'm disappointed because it makes the final less competitive, and I don't want Hooper to win. I don't know that it makes the finals less competitive. That may be unfair to some of the guys who are there and are performing really, really well. I do think that having Tom in any final is probably, well, he's not a pushover. He's someone that you have to deal with. And then he says, on the other hand, I think it's ironic for corrupt Colin and diabolical Darren. I think he used those same exact terms yesterday, too. To rig the final by cherry-picking the events for Tom, only for him to bomb out in the group stage. I will say this about my friend Banana Hammock. He is not shy at all of letting us know how he feels about people or issues. That guy will tell you exactly how he feels about things. So I guess I should count myself lucky and privileged that he seems to like me, because I've heard Mr. Banana Hammock say some very unflattering things about many people over the last few years. So I'm just going to consider myself blessed that he's on my side and that he's my friend, because I don't think I'd want to be on his bad side. All right, we don't have a whole bunch of people joining us, so I think I just might as well close that poll. Let's do it. Let's close the poll. Boom. Our poll ends. And the results are, does World's Strongest Man ever get their act together and give us a proper live stream? 54% of you say no. 31% of you say funny, Jace. So I guess that's 85% of you say no. And 15% of you think that someday we're actually going to get a good live stream from the World's Strongest Man. I hope that 15% is right, but I'm in the other column, I think. I mean, at some point they might have no choice. It may be like, do it or become an event that nobody cares about, because now we have other events that are prestigious, that fans like, that seem to like the fans. All you have left is a really cool name. That's an obvious name. The World's Strongest Man. Hey, I wonder what that person is famous for. But if the other events have a whole bunch of prestige and a whole bunch of fan engagement, I don't think you can win by virtue of having the name World's Strongest Man forever. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. It's going to take more than having a cool name and history to keep that position. You can't rest on that forever. And if at some point they're going to have to realize that you have to be more than a TV show if they're going to continue to be the show that everybody talks about. And I think that this is probably a very fair take right here. I'd love for it to happen, but realistically, not anytime soon. Now, we might all debate on the definition of soon, too. Does soon mean the next year? No, we're not getting a live stream in 2027. Does it mean 2 years, 3 years, 4? I don't know. What I don't know the answer to, and maybe some of you do, because a lot of times I have a lot of knowledge about the sport, and I'm not surprised at all. A lot of times you guys know things that I had no clue about. So let me turn it over to you. Does anyone in the chat currently know what the current TV deal with the World's Strongest Man is? Does anyone know how long that contract goes through? Because I will say this, I don't see anything changing until the TV contract expires. And after that, they're probably just going to try to renew the contract because it's free money for them, and that's what they've always done, and they don't have to work that hard. So that, I think that's probably the thing. As long as the TV contract is in place, no change. And they'll probably try to continue renewing that for as long as they can. They'll fight the resistance not to do it until we fans force them to do it and they have no choice. But when we get out from underneath the gravity of that TV contract, that's when I think we have the best chance of getting from World's Strongest Man what we as the fans want from World's Strongest Man, and that's the ability to watch it and follow it. I'm from Scotland. I'm going for Tom. Well, I have bad news for you. Tom did not make the final. So yeah, I have to be the guy who breaks your heart, Sean. Tom's not in the final. So his chances of winning have become very, very, very small. But I love Scotland. I want to live in Scotland myself. Gemini AI seems to think it ends this year, but who knows? Yeah, AI tells me a lot of things all day, every day. I use it at my job. Sometimes it's right. Sometimes it's not. I don't trust it for a whole lot without verifying. It sounds good to me, though. I hope it does end this year. And I hope they don't renew. I hope they rethink things. And you know, honestly, we have put quite a few strongman events behind paywalls now. And I buy them. You guys have seen me stream them. Other events too. I don't mind paying $10, $15, $20 to watch these things. And me and hundreds, thousands of others do for Giants Live events that don't carry the same panache, the same weight of the name World's Strongest Man. I gotta believe that. I'm not wanting it behind a paywall. I'm not wanting that at all. I think they should live stream it free on YouTube like Rogue does. That's what I think they should do. And I think it's worth a lot more money, to be honest, doing that because of how many people would actually tune in to see it if it was free. You'd make a buttload in ad revenue. But if they didn't want to do that, and Colin didn't want to market, and Colin didn't want to work with advertisers, didn't want to work, basically, just wanted to collect a check, I think you people will back me up here. If they gave you World's Strongest Man Live but put it behind a paywall, don't you think you'd probably pay for it, or at least have a chance to, rather than having to wait 6 months to watch it, or rather than sitting around staring at Excel spreadsheets for 4 days? The fact that we have crazy lunatics willing to stare at spreadsheets for a few days shows how much people care about this. If you said, hey, here's the event for $10, you'd see some people handing out $10 to watch it live rather than hear about it 6 months later. Who do you have winning the deadlift? I am thinking it will either be Mitchell or Andrade coming out top in the event. Well, I think that anyone who ever counts out Trey Mitchell of a deadlift is probably not wise. I would say I'd say it could be any of those three. It could be Mitchell, Andrade, or Trey. I'll also say that I'm not sure how Trey is doing. It's hard to know with the live and if it's just struggling with certain things or if he's not at top form. We did watch him fail a deadlift recently that I didn't think he was going to fail. But, I mean, Trey is just a static beast and one heck of a deadlifter. So, it's probably going to be Hooper, Andrade, or Trey. And I'm not sure which order. Let's Let's see. Oh no, what has happened? I heard he tore his callus, but unsure. Yes, Scott loves you, Jays. YouTube would be amazing. I don't understand why World Strongest sent on TV. Yeah, he tore his calluses, and that may have been all she wrote. That may have been. It might have been over then. It did seem like he fought to the end. He had an actual chance to make the final in the very last event, and then he dropped a stone, and then he was unable to pick a stone back up, and it was just a very, very, very poor event. When he needed to answer big in the fifth event, he stumbled wildly, and he made not one mistake in the final event, but 2-3 mistakes, and it was all over. So could that have all been due to the calluses? Very, very possible. Could we just be saying that as something to focus on rather than saying, hey, Tom, you didn't perform, you didn't get it done? All of that, I think, is fair and open to interpretation and discussion. But one way or another, the fact remains, we do not have a Tom in the final. There's no way that Rogue Invitational and ASM are profitable. We've seen Shaw suffer big losses live streaming his event. I don't know what their bottom line is, so I'm not going to confidently say that. As we've already talked about, though, as I just alluded to it a minute ago, you are not shy about anything, and you are very adamant with your opinions. I mean, they are what they are. There's not a whole lot of let's discuss this or debate this with you. It is just boom. I'm more of a I don't really have those numbers, so I'm not going to comment thing. That being said, I don't know if they're profitable or not. We have seen Shaw suffer big losses, but I don't know if we've seen Shaw suffer big losses because streaming isn't profitable, or it's the wrong model, or if Shaw has just made some really poor decisions. It could. I'm open to discussing both. But let's be honest, if we're going to say that. One of the reasons that Shaw hasn't done that well, in my opinion, is they have made some bad choices. Again, by streaming things that I don't think the Strongman fans care about. People don't want to tune in and watch a bunch of grip competitions or arm wrestling. Are there people who want to see those things? Yes, there are people who want to see those things. Are they buying a ticket and handing their credit card over to watch a live strongman competition to see those things? No, they probably see it as a distraction, and they're just sitting there wishing, can we get on with it? In addition to that, we know that we have more passionate fans where you guys live, in the UK, than they are in America. I think having times when you guys are available to actually watch it would make a lot of sense. I think also last year, not having some of the biggest names in the sport for various reasons, that hurt tremendously. I think there was I think last year leading up to this year, we're not having it this year because of what happened last year. By all accounts, the first few years were wildly successful. The first years of streaming were wildly successful. The difference this last year, I think, was just a common strand of you had this thing working against you, you had this thing working against you, you had this thing working against you, and then in the end, it was what it was. I can't fault him for not wanting to do it again, but I can say that I don't think that you can look at 2025 and say, hey, this is a guarantee of what's going to happen in 2026 and beyond. You might have to reshuffle some things and rethink some things, but you really wouldn't know unless you rolled the dice and tried again, too. Mark says they have to do both. They have to keep the TV traditions, but you can also monetize streaming to the hardcore fans. They can toss whatever ads there they want. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know if we go the complete free model, or the freemium model, or the paywall model. In general, as far as being a fan of the sport and being a fan of the World's Strongest Man goes, just leveling with you guys, not worrying about this, that, or just saying how Jace feels personally. The most important thing to me is that we can watch it live. I honestly do not care which method or model they try, as long as they let us have access to it. We don't even have access to it. That's the problem. as a fan of the sport, that's the real problem. It's not which one are they doing or what is the right access model. It's the fact that we don't even have access. By the time we can watch the event, every last one of us already knows what wants to happen or what did happen. Furthermore, from a TV product itself, if I'm the ESPN and I'm giving you guys money for these World's Strongest Man, or if I'm one of the other networks and saying, hey, we'll pay you to show the footage of this time, I've got to think that your ratings have got to suffer from watching a telecast that was recorded several months ago. Do people still watch it? Obviously they do, because they keep signing up and they keep giving these people money. But am I off my rocker? Am I out of my dang mind? Isn't it seem obvious? Don't you happen to just believe that your ratings would probably be a lot better if what someone was watching didn't happen a half a year ago? All right. We were getting some good conversation going. Throw up some more stuff so that I can keep flapping my gums. Oh my gosh. Ugh, stomach is not happy. Okay, I got a question for you guys, and I want you to answer too as well, and I'll go back and answer some more of those comments in a second. But question for you guys. When it comes to the deadlift, I think they're doing 360 or 400. Maybe it's 350 or 400. Let me look at it real quick. I don't want to say the wrong thing. I know there's two different weights. 360 or 400. Yeah, so they got 75 seconds to do it. I guess my question is that, ooh, what did I just do there? That was bad of me. Sorry. I guess my question is this. If they go for one, like, can they start with the 360 and go to 400? Or is it choose one and do it as many times as you can? And then I'm not going to say what's the max reps on the lower weight because none of us care about. So I will ask you in the chat, go ahead and say how many reps you think is the best with the 400 kg. How many reps wins it? Let's see. I think World's Strongest Man is the only strongman event that normies watch, and they don't know the results. It's just something cool to see when you have ESPN on. You might be right, Nikki, and I'm sure that that's what ESPN banks on, is that that people don't know. But I'm skeptical of that. I'm not skeptical of your first part, that that's the only event that the normies watch, so not hardcore fans. I think you're right about that all day long. My pushback is this. This is 2026. This is not 1995. In this day and age, we have the internet where we get real-time results to everything going on in the world today in seconds. It is near impossible for me to be a fan of a sport and not be exposed to a spoiler if I don't watch it live. You know, I used to set like my TiVo, right? And I used to say, hey, I'll come back and watch this later. I don't even bother with that anymore because it's virtually impossible that if I missed it at 5 o'clock that I don't know what happened at 6 o'clock. I can't avoid getting the results. So there are definitely going to be some people, you're absolutely right, I'm not speaking universal, I'm not saying this applies to everyone. There are going to be some people who tune in and watch it and have no idea what happened several months ago. But I think in this day and age, the vast majority of people who are watching it is because they enjoy it, but they're not watching to be surprised. They already know what happened. That's my take. Mark says, well, in the USA, they do June, right? It's content when the only thing going on in baseball and Tour de France. Yeah. And there's this UK TV show being better than the US one, even though it is not until. You're right. You're right. And again, I think there's several reasons for that. One of them is, as I've said all along, the UK is just more passionate about it than we are. I wish that wasn't the case because I'm an American. But the UK cares more about it, and so they put more effort into it. Sean can't believe that Tom is out. He's looking so good in training prep on his YouTube channel. I'm sure there's a lot of people who are gutted. And if he hadn't done the calluses thing, maybe he'd still be there. I'm inclined to believe that the reason Tom isn't in the final is because of that on the first event. That being said, again, you cannot use that as an excuse. He didn't make it. It's sad for his fans, and I think the final would be more exciting with him in it. And I'm not trying to be like, well, he deserves to be there even though he didn't do it. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to make excuses on his behalf. But if you ask me, the truth is, I believe the reason he's not in the final is because of the hand. Just like when Tom won his last world title at the World's Strongest Man, I believe the reason he won that was because of Mitchell's hand. So these things happen to all of them. And you're either on the winning side of the equation or the losing side of the equation. And unfortunately for Tom, he was on the losing side of the equation this time. But Nana Hammock says that Trey Mitchell is going to win the deadlift with 6 reps. I think that's a good name. I don't know if the rep count is right or not, but I think that's a very, very good name. And then he says there's going to be a 3-way tie at 5 reps for Reno, Hooper, and Andrade. So he thinks that that's a big win for Trey, because if you've got 6 points and then you've got 3 guys splitting points, that's a big pickup. That would be 10 points for Trey, and then the other guys would have to share 8. Well, they wouldn't share 8. They get 8 apiece, basically. I think 9, 8, 7, 17. Yeah, 20. Yeah, 8 apiece. The benchmark has to be somewhere around 5. We'll see. The really mysterious one sends me cheers from T. Now, I'm not sure where T is located, but I'm now. I'm very sure now. Toronto. I bet really mysterious is cheering for Mitchell Hooper. Am I right? All right. Actually, this is an interesting question to me. If you are cheering for an athlete, if there's someone that you want to see win, but they are not from your home nation or from your region, so like let's say your continent, like if you're over in Europe, you could have several. If you're cheering for one specific athlete, but they have nothing to do with your location, tell me in the chat, because I'm interested. Tell me where you're from and who you actually want to see win. So if you have a non-homer pick, say, I am from blah, 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 and I'm proudly supporting fill in the blank. I'd love to see Trey Mitchell do well too. I have a big soft spot for that big guy. He seems socially awkward. I'm not sure that he's not autistic like Tom, to be honest. He's not a bundle of charisma. He's soft spoken. He's quiet. He's polite. I'd say that Trey Mitchell is not a lot like Evan Singleton. They seem very, very different personas and personality types. But I like Trey. I like his soft-spoken nature. I like the fact that he's not animated, that he just seems to be himself. Just seems like a good dude, genuine. He may not be those things. I haven't spent any time with him. He may be the world's biggest butthead. But he seems really pleasant and nice. So I like Trey Mitchell a lot. And, of course, he's one of the most statically strong men on planet Earth. So I find myself rooting for him more often than not. All right. So I guess Really Mysterious from Toronto is looking for an all North American podium. They want to see Canada at the top, and then they want to see a couple Americans in second and third. Although Martins is representing Latvia, so okay. Mark says that he is supporting Nell. Wondering yesterday why I like a guy from that remote a place. I guess when you think about it, all places are remote, depending upon where you're at. From where you're at, any place could be remote, right? But South Africa, not a great place to go if you don't want to pick sides. But otherwise, pretty beautiful. Lay down, Caesar. Lay down. Lay down. Thank you. I will take you out in a minute. To be fair, that is almost every year being from Australia. So good to see Eddie Williams doing well and our neighbor Matt Ragg. If I could only root for the homeboy, I'd be limited cheering on his other, which is not ideal. Trey seems more like a polite Canadian, while Mitch seems more like an American. As an American, I don't know how to respond to that. It's hard for me not to be offended by that. Not because I'm anti-Mitch, and I'm pro-Trey. I like both guys. But because the implication there is that Canadians are nice and Americans are, well, I guess the opposite of nice or polite. So since I'm an American, he kind of just threw me under the bus and put me on blast. So I'm not sure how to feel about that one. I was keen for Tom to win it before he failed to qualify for the final. It does make it awful tough to win when you're not there. If I will say this, if Tom wins the 2026 World's Strongest Man, it will be the most unbelievable and inarguably the universal best performance in World's Strongest Man history, and be the greatest comeback story in professional sports of all time. If Tom Stoltman can somehow win the 2026 World's Strongest Man, he becomes the Michael Jordan of strongmen. He's the Wayne Gretzky. He is the greatest of all time. Because, yeah, it's pretty hard to win when you're not there. So, look at this. Now the Torontoan is trying to clean things up. No, look, I'm a Canadian, so I'm supposed to be nice. So I didn't mean anything by it, eh? I was just giving you a little bit of joshing, eh? How about we go get some pancakes, eh? Or maybe some poutine. I don't know. But I didn't take offense. But I'm just saying, hey, watch it now. I don't know how to feel about that as an American. Now, by the way, if you're buying pancakes or any kind of food, I accept the invitation. I like to eat. A lot. Also, I don't like to talk about my own strength things, and I'm glad no one's asking. I'm actually opening up the floodgates here, and I'm going to regret doing this. But I did set a new PR in the deadlift while I was battling my health stuff. And so I suffered a lot, and then I went up setting a new PR. So my all-time best deadlift now is 720 pounds. Although last week I was only able to pull 640, so I've got some work to do to grow. Mark, the guys that don't make the final should compete in cornhole. Well, you guys are really going to make fun of me here because I don't really know what cornhole is. I think is cornhole the one where there's like the little ramp and you like throw those bean bags into like the cutout or something in the little ramp thingy? Is that cornhole? I appreciate that. Now, I was in remission and I was healed up when I was doing those games. Now, again, I'd get sick again and lose those gains and spend some more time in the hospital and going through treatment and other stuff. But at that time, I was healthy and I was on the comeback trail like I am now. I'm healthy, but this time the difference is I'm staying healthy. That stuff is in the past. This is a permanently healthy and blessed Jace. My all-time favorite strongmen are Rauno, Hainla, JF Caron, and Magnus. So I'm surprised that Rauno is one of your favorites. Not that there's anything wrong with Rauno. There's not, but he's not as well known as the others. So forgive me for asking, but if you say Rauno, I think that you either enjoy watching Masters competitions or you're probably a big fan of Laws and Liz, and because of his connection with them, the exposure there, that has made you a fan of his. Or maybe you've always been a Rauno Hainla fan. There's nothing wrong with that pick. It's just not a name that I'm used to seeing on people's favorite list, and it's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Do it with throwing sandbags. Make it strongman. Well, sandbags could be really small. You could have a 4-ounce sandbag, right? But that's not what you mean, is it? Did I finally hop on TRT? I have not. I'm still taking that same hardline stance that I always have. Nothing wrong with that stuff, but it's not for me. Now, I will say this. I'm getting old, man. I'm 46 now, and I have been through the ringer in my health in recent years, and I'm kind of tired of watching my performance decline. I'm also tired of hurting. Maybe one day I'm just going to stop lifting heavy because everything hurts. But there may come a time when Jace becomes a hypocrite and violates another one of his I won't do that, I refuse. Maybe someday I will do TRT. I don't know. So far I haven't, but I will say that as things are hurting, I have started looking at a lot of these peptides, especially the ones that promote healing, and I found myself going, maybe you just get tired of hurting after a while. You know what I think would be more entertaining than doing cornhole with heavy sandbags? Maybe cornhole, but throwing spectators into the hole. You know, that was my suggestion a few years ago when we were doing max weight over bar, was you start out throwing fans. You know, you start out with the little guys. It's not against kids, but they're lighter, right? So you got to in the first round you got to throw a kindergartner, and in the second round you got to throw a 4th grader over the bar, and in the third round you got to throw someone in junior high. Then eventually you graduate to someone in high school, and then maybe for the final toss you have to throw one of your competitors over the bar. So you could do the same thing. Instead of a bar, you could do it with a little cornhole slot. And I think something like that would be very spectator friendly. I mean, I think people would love to see that. It would be highly entertaining. And thank you. I appreciate that. What time was this deadlift supposed to kick off, guys? Does anyone got the schedule up? I could move some things around and open up another tab, but 1 p.m. local. So we got basically an hour. Yeah. I might need to step away from the screen and get some grub in me. Would you guys hate me if I stepped away to get some food? I'm going to keep the chat and the stream running. I'm not going to sit it down and start another one. So if people just hang out or whatever in chat, that's fine too. But I'm gonna go get some grub. So I'll talk to you guys soon. Hold on, Caesar. Hold on, Caesar. Hold on, baby. Go lay down, Caesar. Caesar, come lay down. Good boy. Alright, let's see what I have missed. Ugh, those are nasty. Okay, let's try to see what I have missed. Alright. Let's see here. Okay. I wonder if you can hear anything on the boardwalk camera. Can you hear anything on the boardwalk camera? Can't right now. I wonder if when they're calling action if you can hear anything. Okay, I'll check into that again. Let's see here. I'm going to assume that means you checked out for the evening. If that's the case, then I hope you get some good rest. Cool, cool. Okay, this person's probably not in here right now. It looks like they showed up while I was getting my food, so they're probably not sitting in here. But drop the slick back, and the glasses. Don't tell me you stopped drinking Pepsi too. I'm gonna tell you that because I actually never drunk Pepsi. I don't like Pepsi. I'm a Dr. Pepper kind of guy, or generic, because you know I'm not above drinking Dr. Thunder right out of the 2-liter. And looking strong. I am feeling strong, and I am in good health. So I am blessed and happy, and yeah, blessed and happy. And I appreciate the well wishes. Thank you so much. It's good to be streaming again. It's good to be calling the action. It's good to be talking Strongman. It's good to be back at the gym. It's just life is just good all around right now. Now I'm going to do something that's horrible, and I know that people don't like it. I don't like it myself, but I have to eat. So I'm going to kind of mute my mic more often than not so you don't hear me chomping. But I'm going to eat on camera, and I'm sorry, but I got to get my vittles in. I'm about to make a massive mess of myself because I have buffalo wings, so this is going to get disgusting. Yeah, my mic was muted for that entire time. Would have been nice if you'd have spoke up before I just pontificated for 5 minutes, Balake. Leave it to a Balake to do that to you. Okay, so, all right. That was a lot of talking to myself. And now I have to be kept away from my food for even longer. This is terrible. All right, so I'm going to attempt to say everything that I just said in a whole lot quicker version. And that is this. I was contemplating your question, who's going to handle this deadlift? What's the predictions for it? Who's going to win? As I was ordering my food. Now, before I left, I said your deadlift was going to be won by the following 3 guys. It's a 3-man race between Mitchell Hooper, Austin Andrade, and Trey Mitchell. I wasn't sure what order, but those are your top 3 finishers. But then as I was out there, I realized this isn't a max deadlift. This is a deadlift for reps. And we're talking 360 and 400. Now, in these competitions, if you do 1 rep of the higher, it automatically beats the lower. So in other words, if you do 1 rep of 400 and someone does 100 reps of 360, you kick their butt. The 400 wins. But I think a lot of these guys can handle 400. And I think a lot of these guys are good in deadlift for reps. If Patty Haynes was here, he would be a force. He would be a mutant in this event. Patty Haynes isn't here. But we have a lot of guys who are really good deadlifters, and they have good gas tanks, and they'll do well here. So I don't think Martins Licis is going to beat Andrade or Hooper or Trey Mitchell in a max deadlift. But he can put some pressure on them in a deadlift for reps. Matthew Ragg is an excellent deadlifter. And he's got a decent gas tank in events like these too. So he can do some damage here as well. Andre Foytu, he's not gonna win the max, but he can handle weights like this. Pavlo Kordiaka, I don't know that he can pull 400. I know that he can do 360, and he can probably do 360 all day long. If he can pull 400, I kind of think Pavlo is one of those guys. If he can do something once, he can do it more than once. How many? I don't know. Are we talking 2, 3? I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. There's a question mark there because of the weight. I'm not sure. But the point that I'm really trying to make is that this event is drastically different because it has 4 reps versus max. I still think that Trey Mitchell, Austin Andrade, and Mitchell Hooper are going to do great. But I'm not sure they finish 1, 2, 3 now. I think there's enough guys here who can handle these weights and are good in events like this for reps that I suspect them to have some company. I expect Martins or Matthew Ragg to be up there among them, and potentially Foytu and Pavlo as well. Eddie Williams isn't going to win a max deadlift competition, but he can pull these weights. So I left feeling hyper confident that it was a 3-man race between Hooper, Trey, and Austin. I came back thinking, I'm not sure that this is really a 3-man race. This should be exciting, and we're going to have to watch to find out. Thank you. And it's tough not to enjoy hot wings, right? I mean, they're awesome. And then when I'm finished with that, I have steak and chicken rice. So, I mean, I'm just gonna sit here and get fat on stream. I'm probably gaining. I'll probably gain 15 pounds by the time day one is over. Again, for those watching, I know it's disgusting. I apologize. I don't apologize so much that I'm going to stop eating. So, I'm sorry, but not that sorry, if you know what I mean. Mark, with all due respect, no nugs here. This is all about the bone in lifestyle. Chickens have bones, my food better have bones. Although, you know what I was just thinking? Someone here asked me earlier why my beard has four different colors. And I was like, I don't know, because it doesn't have five. But by the time I'm done with these wings, my beard might be five, six, seven colors. I don't really know. All right, I'm wondering how many live people we got watching, since I can't see. Wow, a lot. People watching me eat wings. So apparently, I mean, this is far from when the glory days of my stream when we had hundreds of people tuning in. But considering most of the morning we had like 3 people in here, and now we got 25, I think I need to stop doing Jace Loves Strength and start doing Jace Loves Wings. And then I just have a live stream where I just eat wings all day, because it seems like more people are interested in watching me eat disgusting wings, making a pig out of myself with sauce all over my face, than they are about hearing my opinions on Strongman. So I think I have a new channel idea coming on. Jace Eats Wings. Look how saucy that thing is. Look at that. Just dripping off of it. That is saucy. And it is hot. This is like Carolina Reaper hot. My tongue loves it. My taste buds love it. My stomach does not. I will regret this later. So I'm watching the stream. I see a little man cheering and pumping up. I don't know if he's cheering because he just did something and he's happy with his performance, or if he's getting excited because he's getting ready to lift. And I can't tell who it is because it's too tiny. But someone was awfully excited. But either we just got started or we're getting ready to just get started. I'm not sure which. But now that I finished my wings, I can move on to my steak and chicken rice. For this, I don't have to worry about getting my keyboard and stuff messy, so this should be a little bit smoother, but still disgusting to watch, I'm sure. Oh, man. Whew. One thing about hot wings is they will clear your sinuses up. If you were having trouble breathing before, you won't be by the time you're finished. All right, guys. Put some stuff in the chat so I have something to respond to. All right, time for new poll. We have a poll up, guys. We'll let that run for a little bit. Oh, man. I kind of want to zoom in on that area of the screen and see if I can make it look better, but we got a couple guys pulling now. I see the weights coming off the floor. I don't know if you can see that on that little screen or not. I could probably increase the size of that. It's going to look terrible, but at least it'd be larger. I'm going to mess with it. Let's see here. I really kind of need to expand it the other way, though. That's what sucks. Wrong way. I'm trying to make it big enough for you guys to see. I'm trying. That's probably about as good as I can get it, guys. I apologize, but that's about as good as I can see it. I wish my glasses weren't so filthy, because then I could put them on and I could see a little bit better. Seems like we did. There were a couple guys deadlifting, so the fact that you were able to recognize a certain individual, the fact that you were able to see Nick Guardione, I can't make anybody out. Just look like Pebbles wearing green shirts and stuff to me. Carl says that from how Nell looked, he may win the deadlift. Maybe. We'll see. The answer will be apparent in a minute. Okay, so we got some updates here. Nick Guardione was able to pull 400 kilograms for a single rep. I imagine that's why I imagine that's why Nick was happy, because that's not actually showing Nick on there. He's cut off. We can see how many people on there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so we're not seeing Nick Guardione on there. So I guess I need to resize that some. If I just get rid of the ticker, that does not solve the problem. It does if I do this, though. Then I just don't get any credit. No credit for Jace. No you guys saying, hey, this you should like and subscribe, because I just got rid of my ticker. I can just turn it on and off. Except then it's got that, yeah. That's horrible. Need to give it a background. That's what I need to do. Let's do this. Let's go like this. Background color. Yes. Background opacity. We'll do it like that. That might look okay. Let's just see what that looks like. Not very good. Not very good. I'll still have to turn it on and off. But I gotta get people doing what they're supposed to do. Support me, right? Yeah. So we'll turn it on and off as needed. Okay. Anyway. So Nick Guardione gets a rep. And if Mark saw him throwing that shirt in there, I imagine that might have been the reason that Nick would have thrown it in there, because 400 kilograms is a really, really good deadlift for Nick Guardione. That's a great deadlift for Nick Guardione. So maybe you did see him. Maybe it wasn't Martins. Maybe it was Nick, because that's a really big lift for Nick Guardione. I'm actually surprised he went for 400. So if he gets one rep, that might have made him ecstatic. We saw Austin Andrade get 400 kilograms for 1 rep. So Nick actually matched his fellow Texas boy with 1 rep. I'll be honest. I am surprised that Austin Andrade only managed 1 rep of 400. That guy can lift a whole lot more than that. So that leads me to believe, after his performance in the first thing, the flip and carry, and this one, he may not be feeling top form right now. Or he just may have 0 gas tank. He might be dead by this point in the competition already, considering that we're 3 days in. He's not exactly the most well-conditioned athlete, but he's strong as an ox. And if you would have asked me to make a prediction, I would have predicted Austin Andrade is going to pull more than 1 rep. Then Trey Mitchell comes out there and gets 3, and the Dragon matches him with 3. Okay, you guys remember I said Matthew Ragg may not be able to beat Trey Mitchell and these guys in a max deadlift competition, but he's really good. Well, right now, Matthew Ragg is number 1 overall because he's the first person to pull 4 reps. So the New Zealander leaps into the first place position in the deadlift. Andre Foytu, only 2 reps. So this is the first event in the entire competition where Andre Foytu looks kind of human and average. Now, I mean average among elite strongmen. I don't mean average among schmucks like us. I'm not pulling 400 kilograms. I'm not pulling 360 kilograms. But, anyway. Yeah. All right, let's see here. Yeah, again, it's the 3rd day of competition. They put their bodies through a lot by this point in the competition. Yeah, I had hoped to do a watch along for the qualifiers. Unfortunately, my boss was a jerk and demanded that I work. So I just hung out in Laws and Liz's stream and chatted with them and popped into Toby and Alex in between events and stuff like that. But I didn't have anything going on this weekend. And because I'm healthy and I'm ready to go, I think what I'm going to start doing is in the future, whomever my employer is, I'm going to go ahead and take off work. I'm going to take off work when the big competitions are. And I'm going to stream them all. All right. Okay, guys. So, don't have a whole lot of responses to the poll yet, but the event is almost over. So I'm going to go ahead and close the poll because being able to vote when the event is almost over seems a bit cheap. Like, you could just be like, hey, this person won. That was who I thought was going to win all along. So I'm going to go ahead and end the poll. And basically, according to you guys, 56% of you thought that Mitchell Hooper would win the deadlift. 22% of you thought that Trey Mitchell would win it. 22% of you thought that someone like the Leaseys or Matthew Ragg or someone else would be 22%. And 0% of you thought that Austin Andrade would win. And since he only managed to get one rep, right now you guys look incredibly intelligent for voting that way. I am surprised that absolutely nobody thought that he was going to get well. I mean, granted, we had a grand total of 9 votes, so it's not exactly the world's largest sample size, is it? But I am shocked that Austin Andrade managed only one rep. I would not have expected that or guessed that. I guess you guys really still can't see that 10th place position. I thought you could. I guess I need to move that. Let's do this. We'll do it like that right there. There we go, and then I need to chop this, so we'll go like this here. How do I want to do this? Let's put it over the top of these guys for just a second so that I can see. That's fine, I think. There we go. That's fine. Kinda. Still can't really see the stupid thing. Grr. Guess it's not fine. Oh well. How can you guys tell that? I guess Eddie's a lot wider than Pavlo. But man, it's so tiny. I would like to have your eyes, Mark. Well, we'll know in just a minute for sure. 200 times magnifier on. Okay. Part of me wants to resize this again. Just gonna do it. I guess that's about as big as I can get it without it looking absolutely ridiculous. I mean, Matt Rag is doing good, but I think anyone that had written him off is speaking a little too soon. It's not like the dude is old. When he first came out, you know, there was a tremendous amount of hype around him, like he was the next big thing. That cooled after he had a couple of performances, but I don't think anyone should have cooled on him too much. I mean, I think sometimes we expect someone to come out and almost do what Mitchell Hooper has done, like it's the rule rather than the exception. Oh, the person's just going to dominate and dominate and dominate and dominate. That's not really how our sports work for the most part. You got a couple guys at the top, but even those guys at the top have contests where they don't really perform all that well. You have good performances, you have bad performances. I think maybe people were a little bit too quick to write off Matthew Ragg. I don't know what he's going to do. I don't know how his career is going to shake out, but I think the biggest thing working against him is he just showed up with so much hype and so much promise that when it wasn't realized, people were like, I guess he's not really that good. That's fair. That's fair. So Pavlo got no lift, and Eddie Williams pulled it 3 times. So no lift for Pavlo. So we only got 2 guys left. We got Hooper and Nell. Help me out, Mark, with your 200% thing. Who's on which side? So Hooper's on the right. Okay. All right. Well, we're going to see what's happening here. Okay. Right versus left. And we are off. That's 1 for Reno. That's 2 for Reno, 1 for Hooper. That's 3 for Reno, 2 for Hooper. That's 4 for Reno, 3 for Hooper. That's 4 for Hooper. Reno did not lift it, I don't think. So, yeah, Reno stops. Didn't get the 5th rep, so he got 4. Hooper got 4. He has not waved it off yet. He's taking a little breather here. He's going to come back, and he's going to attempt to get an event win, I believe. He's going to try to get a 5th rep here and win the event. Now, there's a difference between attempting it and doing it. So Hooper sets up and locks it out. That's 5 for Hooper, and that's an event win for Mitchell Hooper. So for the 56% of you that said Hooper wins, you do it. And he comes back and gets a 6th. So he really didn't need to do that. That's a little bit uncharacteristic for Mitch because he usually is an energy conserver guy and tries to do just enough to win. Maybe he did have to do it. Maybe they did give Reno that 5th rep. It didn't look to me like Reno got the 5th rep up. It looked to me like he got to about just over the knee. But it looks like it's a winner for. It looks like a win for Hooper. Where are you watching? Right here on my page. Okay, so that stream right there is from the Myrtle Beach Boardwalk cam on YouTube. And Hammerson was commenting on things that happened 10 minutes ago. So, I'm glad that you have joined us in the live world now. You just missed Hooper and Nell. So, there we go. And so, yeah, the results are officially in. Apparently you had them on the wrong side there, Mark, when you said that Hooper was on the right. Apparently not. Because it says Hooper got 4 reps, and it says Reno got 5. So, it must have been Hooper on the left. No, he was, because +1. What do you mean by +1? I'm sorry. Is that like so that 1 rep is the 360? Well, I'm actually kind of surprised that they gave Reno that 5th rep based on what I saw. Now, granted, I'm seeing a screen about that tall with a guy about that tall on it. It just looked like he got it above his knees and stopped. It didn't look like he locked out that 5th rep. But I could be wrong. However, I counted 5 for Hooper and then a stop. Then he took that break and came back and did 2 more. I thought I saw Hooper do 2. So if he did 4 rep and instead of +1, if he did 4 and the +2, I will say that first one didn't look as good as the second. So maybe they didn't give him credit for the first rep. They did give him credit for the second rep. But honestly, I'm not sure why he would do that if it was going to the lower one, unless it was just for the purpose of jumping in front of Matthew. Well, Matthew Ragg got 4 and 1 too. I guess it was just to get the to tie and not lose an extra half point there. Go for 9 for Matthew Ragg and 8 for Hooper. I don't know. A bit strange. Whatever the case may be, after 2 events and the prelims, the qualifiers, the group stuff, so 3 events worth of points, we now have a leaderboard with Reno Nell, your defending champion, holding on to his title. He's now got a 1.5 lead over Mitchell Hooper in second place. Eddie Williams still there in that 3rd place position at 21 points, looking really good. Foy 2 has managed to climb up to that 4th spot now, and Kordiaka's fallen back. And so, yeah, you're let's see. You really got, like, I mean, there's still 3 events. You can't say much of anything right now. But as of right now, I mean, it looks, barring something ridiculous or strange, it looks like you're going to have Reno Nell and Mitchell Hooper on your podium for sure. Then Eddie Williams is 5 points out in front of Foy 2, 5.5 in front of Ragg. Kordiaka and Lisi's back at 13. Technically, they could still catch Eddie with 3 events to go. But really, I'd say unless something strange happens, and it always can, or some guys do really, really bad, Voitu's going to struggle with the Titans toss probably. Not the best stone guy. Things could happen here. Things could really happen. They could shake it up. But because there's such a point disparity, I really think that if you have less than 15 points right now, you've got your work cut out for you. So if you're on the bottom half of the field, you're not out of this. But you need some things to go your way, and you need to perform. The only person who's really done right now is Nick Guardione. That's the only one I can't really see changing his fate. Now, that's kind of stupid for me to say too, because mathematically speaking, Guardione comes out there and gets 10 points, 10 points, and 10 points. Suddenly he looks pretty darn good. Now, what's the likelihood of that happening? Not very. So basically, everybody is still mathematically good, but I think you want to be at 15 points or better right now. That's my opinion. Hello. Yep. Hello. All right, cool. All right, guys. So, through 2 events, what are your guys' thoughts so far? What are your guys' thoughts? Who's, hello to you too. So, what are you guys thinking? Were your podium picks at the start of the day, do they still look good to you? Or if you're honest and you said at the start of the day I expected to see blah and blah and blah, is it looking a bit shaky? In the comments, let me know. Like, is there someone who's performing really, really well that's surprising you? And flip side, is there someone who's performing in the lower half of the board that also surprises you, makes you think, well, I really expected them to be up in contention right now? Yeah, I'll go ahead and say this here. I think that this is a fair comment. I think it's a good comment, and I think that Reno, after he won the WSM, his winning kind of came to a halt. He stopped running away with things. Not immediately. He had some short success behind it and then faltered. But again, I think that's just we as finicky fans, we're fickle, we're forgetful, and we're quick to write people off. If you don't win, you're a fluke. Anyone can get lucky sometimes. Make no mistake, Rain O'Neill is a really good strongman. And what he did last year was impressive and surprising, and being a rookie to win, it was all of these awesome things. But I didn't expect him to be on my podium. I thought he might be. I did think he'd finish in the top 5. I thought he'd come back to the finals. I thought he'd make the top 5, but I didn't think he'd probably make the podium. I figured he'd probably finish around 4 or 5. That was kind of my pick a couple days ago. Then seeing how he looked through the groups, I thought, I might be selling this guy a bit short. He might do better than that. I still didn't put him on my podium. I thought I might be making a mistake. He looks really good. But like you, I will say it, I was underselling him a bit. He's performing really well. Now, he's got a couple events coming up that he may not be the best at. He's not the best overhead presser historically. So he might lose some points coming up here. And we'll see. We will just have to wait and see. But thus far, through the competition of what has happened, not what could happen, he's looking pretty dang good. We do have a competitive thing for first place, and it's good to see. I'm going to say something here about Mitchell Hooper. We say that the guy has no weaknesses, and it's true. He doesn't have any weaknesses. But aside from a couple different performances on the Atlas Stones, I don't think he's a runaway freight train on that event. It's not uncommon for the Moose, if we have a 5-stone Atlas Stone run, it's not uncommon to see the Moose get 4 and not be able to place the 5th stone. It's not uncommon at all. Now, he has had some stone runs that look really, really good. He's also had some stone runs that don't look all that good. So while I don't think Mitchell Hooper has any weaknesses, if there's an event where I think you don't really know what you're going to get from him, and you can't count on Mitchell Hooper consistency, I think it's the stones. And so, if Reno can keep it close in the log, honestly, I think. I guess I'm just going to say it. I think that Reno is going to do better than Hooper in the stones. Now, the question is, how much better? And the question is, what will their points be like when we get to the Atlas Stones? And I might be wrong. Maybe Hooper kicks Reno's butt. But my prediction is that Reno Nell has a better stone run than Mitchell Hooper. And if that happens, it's going to be very, very interesting to see what the points are like going into that event. Mark says that he's not going to lie, which means that if he hadn't told us that he wasn't going to lie, he clearly was going to lie. Oh, I think it's funny people say, if I can be honest with you, or I'm not going to lie. It's like, okay, well, I was going to assume that you weren't going to lie. I was going to assume that you were telling him the truth. But since you had to preface it by letting us know that you're going to be honest, now I have to question it. Okay, so anyway, he says Nell can be this generation's MVM and Hooper Badenhorst. So MVM, for those of you not in the know, would be Magnus Vermagnuson. All right, Rag and Williams are surprises also. As a follow, if you look at the SCL, Strongman Champions League competitions, Reno does well in those overhead events, especially log. Lisi's can win Atlas Stones along with Trey, Eddie Williams can all look so. You got a few guys who are good at Atlas Stones. It's not like Tom Stoltman is the only person in the world who's good at Atlas Stones. You got a few guys who are good, and a few guys who are really good at it still, even though Tom's not here. And yeah, I think you've got a couple guys in this field who are better at Atlas Stones than the Moose. Again, I'm not saying that the Moose Mitchell Hooper is bad at the Atlas Stones. He's not. He's not bad at anything. But he's not elite. He's not cream of the crop at Atlas Stones. At least from what I've seen from a consistency standpoint. He can do really well. He can do less than really well. You can't bank on a fantastic performance for him in the Stones. So he needs to have a lead going into that event. I believe he needs to be in the driver's seat going into the Atlas Stones. Eddie Williams every year keeps improving. Very true statement. And he's starting to make me look foolish. A few years ago, I just thought he's this jovial guy with a good personality that people like. He sings. He's a fan favorite. He's a fun guy. But I was like, he's not really a premier strongman. He's not elite. I don't even know if he deserves invites to some of these contests. I think he's getting there based on more on his personality than his accolades. Well, now he's making me look like a major hater and making me look like a complete imbecile, because in the last couple years he has stepped up his game in mighty major ways, and these days Eddie Williams looks really darn good. Okay, I have a question for you. Who wins the stones out of the field, do you reckon? Out of this field with who's left, I think if you're asking me to make a bet, I want to say Trey Mitchell. Now, that being said, I'm not sure we're seeing the best Trey Mitchell. I'm really not. I say that not only this competition, but with his last contest that he was in. Trey Mitchell is so strong. You can say something about him that you can't say about a lot of these guys, and that is that even when Trey Mitchell is not at his best, he's still going to be competitive because he's just so freakishly strong. But I'm not sure we're seeing him at his best. If he's at his best, I think Trey Mitchell is my pick out of the people who are left in this to win the Atlas Stones. Because he may or may not be. You've got some guys who are really good at stones. First of all, you've got the Dragon. Very, 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 very good at stones. If the stones aren't too heavy for Pavlo to move, he's really good with them. If they're too heavy for him, that's a different story. Eddie Williams, we were just talking about him and bragging about him. Very good at stones. But I guess Andrade, there's several guys here who are pretty good. But I guess if you're asking for a front runner, expectation, I'm going to say Trey Mitchell is my favorite to win the Atlas Stones, and the Dragon is probably the guy I think is second most likely to win the Atlas Stones, assuming he can stay healthy from now till the end and it's in good shape by the time we get to the Atlas Stones. We know that durability has been an issue for Martins for quite some time. So, he's got to keep his body together. He's got to stave off the wear and tear and everything else. But if you're asking me to bet, I think your two front runners for the Atlas Stones are Trey Mitchell and Martins Licis in that order. And then you've got several guys who could make it interesting. They could beat either one of those guys. So I think we know who this person is cheering for. Reno is going to win every event. Well, he can't win every event depending upon how you define the word every. If you say that the 10 points from the first round don't count because it wasn't an event in the finals, then I guess technically you could still be right. Now, if you're asking me if I think that's going to happen, no way. I believe that Reno is going to lose some points on the max log for sure. I'm not saying I know what's going to happen. I don't. I don't have ESP, and I don't pay for a subscription to ESPN either. But Reno is going. I'm going to say it now. Reno's going to be on your podium. I didn't think he was going to be when the finals. When the World's Strongest Man started, I didn't think that Reno was going to be on your podium. I thought he'd make the final. I thought he'd probably finish like 4th or 5th, probably around 5th. Going into the final, seeing where he was, I was like, okay, this guy could be on your podium. I still don't think he's going to win, so I'm still underselling him. He could still win this thing. But I don't think that Rain O'Neill is going to win the World's Strongest Man. He might. He might do it. I think he is going to be on your podium. But yeah, I don't predict a win for Rain O'Neill. And I don't think he's going to win out. All right, how many people we got watching? We're up to 41. We're slowly climbing, which means it's a good time for me to do this. Do a little bit of shameless plugging, right? Yeah. Let's get my shameless plug in. All right, guys, if you read there, scrolling across the bottom of the screen, it says be sure to like and subscribe. So if you're not a subscriber, if you haven't liked the video, this is the time to do it. Or you could just not support me and just continue to watch and hang out. That's fine too. But if you're streaming on YouTube, this is what you're supposed to do, right? You're supposed to be like, hey, everybody, smash that like and subscribe. So let me be one of those guys. Come on, guys. Show your support for Jays. Okay, that's enough of that. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, guys. So, is that still in the right order? I think it is. Yeah, I got it in the right order. Okay. So should we do a rundown of the points? I mean, you guys can see it on your screen. You don't really need me to call them out like we have in years past, but we're looking at it, so let's do it. So right now, number 1 on your leaderboard, you've got your defending champion. Or, if you were Paul Heyman, you might say, the reigning, defending, undisputed Strongman champion of the world, Rain O'Neill is in first place right now. Mitchell Hooper on his heels, because the Moose doesn't really know how to do anything except make podiums. And he's in second. And they're 1.5 points separated. Little bit of breathing room before we get to Mr. Eddie Williams, who's at 21 points in third. And while there's some breathing room between second and 3, there's a fair bit of breathing room between 3 and 4. Because Williams might be several points behind the top 2, but Andre Foytu is a full 5 points behind Eddie Williams. So the top 3 guys have really separated themselves decently from the pack. Foytu is just a 0.5 point out in front of Matthew Ragg in that 4th place position. So Pavlo Cordiaca coming in at 6th with 13. But he's got company, because there's a tie for 6th place with the Dragon. And then you go down to 8th position, Austin Andrade, 0.5 point back. Trey Mitchell in 9th place after 2 events, with one of these events being the deadlift. I am shocked. And then we have Nick Gardione in the last place position, 4.5 points. And again, I don't know why that keeps resizing, because now you cannot again see that. I didn't move anything. Very, very weird. Very weird. So strange. I feel bad for Nick Gardione, because he's at the bottom of the board and he keeps getting cut off. I guess if he doesn't want to be at the bottom, maybe I'm doing him a solid. Nobody wants to see their name in last place. So by taking the 10th place off of there, nobody can make fun of Nick. Yeah. That's a reasonable explanation, right? You guys are buying that. I appreciate the compliment, and I will say that sucking up to me is a great thing to do. Praise this guy, and praise this guy some more. I mean, yeah, anyone that's a fan of me knows exactly what they're talking about. I appreciate this comment too, James. I have struggled with my health over the last few years. I have been incredibly sick, and I fought a lot of things. But I am healthy. and I'm getting stronger, and I'm getting fitter, and so I am in a good place, and I'm glad it's showing. It's good to see Lisi's being healthy and being able to compete. Um, he's probably not very happy with where he is on the leaderboard right now. I think if you asked the Dragon, he would have wanted more of himself, especially by this point in the competition after 2 events. Um, it's good for him. I just think he has really, really high expectations of himself. And let's face it, all pro athletes do. You have to. If you don't if you don't have almost like a delusional sense of your accomplishments, it's kind of hard to compete. And it's kind of hard to get fired up to go out there and train the way that you need to, because you look at how good everyone else is, and it could be easy to get discouraged and be like, well, I can't compete with these guys. So most of these guys have ridiculously high expectations, and Martins definitely does. And I agree, James, because 10th place at the World's Strongest Man is infinitely better than I would ever do. I wouldn't finish in the top 1,000. I don't know that I have the best content, and I need to produce more of it now that I'm healthy. You guys have my commitment and promise. I'm going to create a lot more content. While I don't know that I'm the best, I will say that I think you guys would be tough to find someone who's more passionate about the sport than I am. I love it. I truly do love it. That is not empty, empty words. I love Strongman. I really, really do. I hope it shows. I hope I don't even have to say it. I hope that you can just listen to my streams or watch my videos and be like, Jace, we get it. Your energy is there. You don't have to say it. We get the idea, pal. You like this stuff. Because I do. All right. Well, I love you guys too, so thank you. All right. Someone, do me a favor. Pull up the schedule so we know how much time that we have to kill before we get to Titan's Toss. I could be less lazy and look it up myself, but I got all these screens up here and my real estate positioned in just certain ways, and I don't want to mess with it too much. I'm going to scroll down here so that you guys can read this. So here you go. According to Strongman Archives, and I didn't look to see if this is right from what I read or not, so this may not be. This looks pretty right to me, though. So you've got 10 implements. You have 14 kilograms and a 60-second time limit. 3.65 millimeters is your height. You've got a distance. 2 at 7 meters. 2 at 8 meters. 2 at 9 meters. 2 at 10 meters. 1 at 11 meters. And 1 at 12 meters. So basically what this means is you've got a little bar, and it sets, let's see, what was the height on that again? 3.65. So about 3 times my height. Because I'm super short. So really about 2.5 times my height, probably. And so you take 2.5 Jaces and you stack them on top of each other. So if I stand on my shoulders and then you cut me off at the waist and you make my legs and my pelvic region stand on top of the guy who's standing on top of me, aka me standing on top of me, and then you told these athletes, you're going to take this big 30-pound stone, this 30-pound block of weight, and you're going to toss this over Jace's head and try not to smack him in the face with it. And then, if you're successful, we're going to make Jace scoot back a little bit, and you still have to throw it over his head and not hit him in the face with it. Now, we all know what would happen. Eventually, and probably in the first round, they would stop trying to throw it over my head and would try to intentionally hit me in the face with it. But that's not what they're trying to do here. And that's probably why they're trying to throw it over something that's not me, right? So, after I step back a little bit, they'd say, throw it again. Step back a little bit more. Throw it again. And so that's your Titans toss. Now, what does this mean? Well, you've got some guys in this who aren't very good at weight over a bar, but you've got some guys who are pretty decent at this, and that's what's interesting about throwing events. I'll be honest, throwing events are kind of fan-friendly and fun to watch. I don't think they're necessarily the best test of strongman. To be honest, it depends on if you're in it for the spectator part of the sport or if you're in it to see who is the best strongman. I'd rather not see them in a lot of events, unless we're just saying these events are for fun. But when it comes to the creme de la creme events, the championships, the major 3 or 4 events of the year, I'd rather us not see throwing events. I think they're a bit too gimmicky. And they're more about, a lot of times, technique and talent than they are about strength. And there's nothing wrong with technique. There's nothing wrong with talent. There's nothing wrong with having a skill set. But the skill set that we're supposed to be measuring is who is the strongest dude here. So that's my thoughts on it. You're not required to agree, but that's how I feel about it. Now, that being said, I will say that just because you're good at throwing something over a bar for height doesn't mean you're good at launching it forward. And just because you're good at launching it forward doesn't mean that you're good at going over height. That being said, the guy who's in last place right now, Nick Guardione, who's not appearing on the thing because he's in that 10th place that we talked about, he's going to pick up some points. Now, he's 7.5 points behind 9th place right now. It's going to be hard for him to climb out of the cellar in the Titans toss alone. But make no mistake about it. Make no mistake about it. Nick Guardione is good at throwing events. And it doesn't matter if it's for distance or height. Nick Guardione is really good at these events. So this will not be another 1-point finish for him. He's going to get some points in the Titans toss. All right, now I rambled a long time there, so let's go back and see what I missed. Hammerson said there's a death in the family. Well, I am sorry to hear about that. I don't even know if you're here or not now, but I am very sorry to hear that. If you are here, my condolences, and yeah, my condolences. Truth. All right, cool. I guess I didn't miss too many things other than that very important and sad message from Hammersand. I wished I would have saw that earlier so I could have commented before they left, but yeah, that's really sad. That's tough stuff. As a strongman myself, I will say that fortunately I haven't been summoned to act as a pallbearer and lift too many caskets. Now, my phone does ring an awful lot when I have friends who are moving. I get asked to help people move a ridiculous amount of the time. It's not uncommon to be like, hey, Jace, can you help us move? Hey, Jace, can you help us move? Hey, Jace, can you help us move? And I sometimes want to go, you should probably ask someone else. Remember, I'm really short, and short guys are wimpy and weak. I'm a nice guy. I always help. I never say no. But sometimes I wish the phone would stop ringing. So I don't just have the dog right here. I have one dog left now. Sadly, try not to cry. My other dog, my little buddy, who I had for 9 years, and I got him from a friend who could no longer care for him. He was 13 years old. He he got hit by a car, and he died back on Thanksgiving. So yeah, I miss him. And then right now I have 4 cats. Now they are strays that I have sort of adopted and feed and take care of and things like that. There were 6 or 7 of them hanging around, but 2 or 3 have kind of disappeared. I don't know if they killed each other or something else happened to them. But we got 4 right now that I consider my buddies, and they will be making the move with me to Colorado. So they'll no longer be strays. They will be mine. So I consider right now I got 1 dog and 4 cats. And then a whole slew of critters that I feed and give attention to when they need it. I'm a big softy when it comes to animals. All right. Who else? Oh, we lost a couple viewers. That's sad. We almost have our view count up to 1,000 though. I wonder if I've picked up any more subscribers during this stream. Probably not. Probably not. I wonder how many people are watching live with Laws and Liz right now. We've got less than 40. Laws and Liz probably have a couple thousand people watching live. Maybe more. Maybe 5,000. Maybe 10,000. Maybe 20,000. I don't know. At the height of my popularity on here, I did get up to almost 1,000 one time. I think we had 800 and something. It was my best. So if my teeny tiny stream could get 800 people watching at once, I would imagine that Laws and Liz probably have a ton of people watching live. They're probably in between right now, though. They're not streaming live right this second, are they? I shouldn't have mentioned them because I just went from 40 viewers to 30 like in 30 seconds. So 10 of you just heard, yeah, why are we watching this? Why are we watching this fat little dude? We could go talk to Laws and Liz. Oh. All right. Since you guys are quiet, I'm going to post another poll. Let's see here. Okay. It's time for an exciting question, the kind that we love to see. All right, here we go. I appreciate it, Tom. What I really need to do, and I will do this since I'm going to be back and doing this stuff consistently, is I'm going to figure out an ideal placement, because all my streams have always been change stuff around, event to event, contest to contest, year to year, stream to stream. There's been no kind of template. I'd like to get some kind of consistent uniform look, so I'm going to do that, and I'm also going to take some time to figure out the best way to put all of my assets. So I try to give as much information as possible, in addition to running my fat mouth. So we'll see. How tall are you in feet? Well, it depends upon the size of the foot, right? So if you have really big feet, I'm less of them. If you have really small feet, I'm more of them. You know, so like for instance, if you wear a size 5, I'm probably like 15 of them, right? If you wear a size 13, I'm probably like 4 of them. So, you know, it depends upon the size of your feet. Well, thank you. Okay, you're back already. That was fast. The mole had a professional send-off with pink gloves and a cross. Hardest 10-minute carry of my life. Duty called, but the strongman's back in the building. Okay, so I think you took off before I got a chance to see your message and respond earlier. I just want to say that I'm glad that went well, but most importantly, my condolences to you for your loss. And so, yeah, my condolences and kudos to you for stepping up and doing your duty there. How many Jace feet? Okay, let's play this game. How many Jace feet? Well, you know, you can't ever get a straight answer from me. This is a very good question, and it will also depend upon which foot we use. Some of you have been following me for a long time, know my history, and know a little bit about my past. Know that I was born with several physical deformities and was told I was never going to walk. And so my right foot has been stunted by all of the surgeries that it has. It is noticeably smaller. Now, because I refuse to pay for two pairs of shoes to have shoes that fit, I just let my foot flop around in it because it's too small, and I buy one big enough for my left. So on my left side, I wear a size 11. On my right side, I wear a size 9. That's US sizes, by the way. Me too. I expected Trey Mitchell to be higher on the points board too. I didn't expect him to do as badly in the flip and carry as he did. I didn't think he would do great there, but I thought he might get a 6th place finish. I didn't expect him to be down there in like 8th. I think that's what it was. I think he finished 8th. And then in the deadlift, I thought he was going to rake. You know, I thought Trey Mitchell was going, if he didn't win the event, he wasn't going to do any worse than 3rd. There's no way you could convince me that Trey Mitchell was going to do worse than 3rd in a deadlift. Somehow he did. So I am surprised as well. Okay, so if we use my left foot, let me just chop it off real quick and we'll see how many it is. Let's see. I'm gonna guess it looks like my left foot is right about a foot. So I would be 5.37 feet of my feet. Banana Hammock is giving me way too much credit. He says he can confirm I'm the same height as Lucas Hatton. I don't think Lucas Hatton is 6 foot either. I don't care what they say, and I don't care who's measured him. I don't buy it. Now, he may just not look that tall because of how rotund and wide he is. Maybe that makes him look shorter. I'm just not buying he's 6 foot tall. I don't care who's measured him. Unless I measure him myself personally, I don't believe that Lucas Hatton is 6 foot tall. But even if he's 5'7", he's a giant to me. You know, you're talking about someone here that when I hear guys talking about like being 5'6", I'm like, why are you complaining, man? You're huge. All right. So anyway, it's time to end the poll. Let's see, did we get more than 2 voters? We had 8 voters. That's crazy. And it appears that half of you believe that Eddie Hall is stronger than King Kong if Eddie Hall is well hydrated. I wonder what the results would be if Eddie Hall was not well hydrated. It's 2 totally different questions. Who here has been here long enough that they remember the gallon milk jug with the Beast hydration system in it? Who has been here that long that they remember the Beast hydration system gallon milk jug? I'm just curious if there's anyone here that was there then. Have you considered showing the events on stream? They are available on Insta. I didn't know that. Have you considered showing the events on stream? They are available on Insta. So you're not talking about live. You're talking about after, like post coverage, just to go back and see them. Is that what you mean? I hadn't considered it. I don't know what the copyright restrictions on that would be. I'm not opposed to it, but I also don't want to get in trouble. I'm not going to do it today. I'm going to do some research tonight. And if that's okay, I will do it. No. I'm not taking a chance. No. I'm going to look into it. And if it's okay, I'll do it. But I'm going to find out what's okay and what's not okay. Okay. So, not live. When was that? No, you only see 9 on the board because of the stupid layout, the aspect ratio. I can't really get all 10 on there. At least not if I'm going to show my pretty face, and I demand that I get seen. It's important to me. My ego demands that you guys look at me. Okay, but anyway, I just can't fit that many in there, so the 10th place guy gets kind of cut off. So if I'm going to show you the 10th, I kind of got to scroll a little bit. And I apologize for that. I could keep them all 10 there, but then you wouldn't know what event anything is happening in. I guess in between events I could do this. Maybe. I don't know. Doesn't really matter, I don't guess. It isn't a matter of getting caught. You should know me by now that I am a guy that plays by the rules. You've known me, aka known me. You've been following me long enough to know that I'm pretty stickler at doing things the right way. I'm this boring, straight edge, nice guy that dots I's, crosses T's, follows the rules. Yes, sir. No, ma'am. Let me hold the door for you. That's just who I am, for better, for worse. So until I know that it's okay, I'm not going to do it. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Come here. Come here. I'm sorry, big guy. Oh, no. I just ran over my dog's foot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, big guy. Come here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, baby. Come over here and lay down. I am so sorry. Now I feel terrible. Now I feel terrible. Okay, so, ooh, we did get a withdrawal. Apparently, Austin Andrade has decided to withdraw from the competition. So you guys know what this means, right? It means that when I started the day, and I said, I don't know who's going to be joining Mitchell Hooper and Austin Andrade on the podium, but those two guys are going to be on the podium. Guess whose podium prediction is blown out of the water now? Guess who's not going to be right? Austin Andrade is not going to be on your podium. The dog's name is Caesar. Oh, man. I feel really bad that I hurt my doggy. Okay, I wonder if I can... Well, I guess Andrade is going to stay up there until someone gets more points. If I was building Strongman archives, I would take the withdrawn contestants and I would automatically move them to the bottom of the table. That's what I would do. That's unfortunate. Let's see here. Do you know if Bill Kazmaier is still involved in World's Strongest Man? I don't see him on TV at the events. As far as I know, he's still involved in the sport. Now, I don't know if he has been invited or doing much for WSM specifically, but I have seen Bill at other events. I also know that Bill's not getting any younger. So, I don't know. And I'd actually be kind of curious as to what Big Kaz's health is like right now. Speaking of which, there's someone saying that he's been really ill. So, yeah. So if that's true, good health to Big Kaz. Speaking of which, some of you who were here know that my original cat was Big Kaz, named after Kazmaier. And Big Kaz is one of the cats that seems to have run off. Now, Big Kaz is kind of weird, because I keep thinking that he's probably got himself killed, or something has happened to him, or he's ran away forever. But he's strange. He shows up every once in a while after being gone for 2 or 3 months, and then he hangs out for 3 or 4 weeks, and then he disappears for another 2 or 3 months. And it's just this weird cycle. He'll be gone for a few months at a time, and he's like, "Hey, Dad, I'm back." And then after a few weeks, he leaves me again. The sad truth is that Bill was getting senile towards the end of his Giants live run. Well, sometimes I feel like I am senile, because I do an awful lot of that right there. That sounds like a good description of Jace. Someone who rambles incoherently. All right. What was the starting time for the Titans toss again? Did we get an answer to that question earlier? How much was the yoke weight? I don't know. It was a 454 kilogram yoke. 454. If you guys are wondering where I got that information from, on the Strongman archives, what they do every year, which I think is kind of nice, is you can go ahead and expand this little block here, and it will tell you the events and how they're made up. And I think a lot of people, even those who use Strongman archives, forget that this little block is here, and I think it's really cool. As a matter of fact, There have been times in the past where you guys have asked me questions and I give you answers, and you guys just think that I know what I'm talking about. You're like, wow, how does he know this? That's how I know this. I just read it. So, there we go. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. Thanks for the time there. I don't know. But if any of you guys are hanging out with Laws and Liz, or they come back, it might be one of those times where maybe I send one of you guys to sneak off and ask and come back, because they have stuff that I don't. They have internal knowledge. They have on-the-ground hookups there. They probably already know because Austin has probably already told them, or Nick has told them, or someone has told them. They probably know exactly what's going on. And if they're not streaming live, they will be. And if they don't come back and say exactly why Austin withdrew, someone will ask, and they'll answer the question. And I would love to know the answer myself. So if any of you do leave and figure out exactly what Austin's injury was or his reason from withdrawing from the competition, I would love to hear it. So please come back and share that information if and when you get it. I don't know. Dun 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 dun. Clagpuss, I don't know. You must not be watching the live version. If you get a response to this based on what you're saying, the Dr. Pepper, you might need to hit the live thing because you're probably about an hour and a half behind, or maybe an hour behind, or maybe 40 minutes. You're behind. So unless you just saw that and then you fast forward to go live, you have no idea that I'm talking to you right now. But that was something I said like back in May of 2023, I think. It was a long time ago that I addressed the Dr. Pepper versus Pepsi thing. Okay. That guy Kyle says that he picked up and moved a yoke for the first time the other day. I was playing with 730 pounds, like 330K, yeah. That's pretty much right around my max deadlift ever. Honestly, I don't think I want that weight across my back and walking under it. Yeah, that's like my max deadlift ever. That's my best PR. So it's actually slightly more. It's about 10 pounds north because I'm 720. Yeah, I don't think I want to walk with my max deadlift on my shoulders for very far. Now, obviously, it's just sitting there. I'm not doing squats with it. I could probably handle it, but it sounds very, very uncomfortable to me. Yay! You've caught up. If that's your start, a 730-pound yoke, then I think that is really good. Yeah, I'd say that's a good start. For sure. Now the question is, how quickly were you moving under it? Were you sprinting like Tristan Hoth or Mitchell Hooper, or were you moving like waddling across there a half inch every 20 seconds? Yeah, I got this. The bad thing is these cups, they're only 44 ounces, which means you need to have about 10 or 12 of these a day, I think. Yep. Oh, man. My stomach is very unhappy after eating those wings. They tasted amazing, but I am hurting right now. And I'm at the stage where even though I'm in agony and the pain from the hot sauce is sitting in my stomach, making me hate life, I'm also sitting here realizing that I've got a bunch of steak and chicken rice here, and I kind of want to eat it. Even though I'm already hurting, I kind of want to eat it anyway. That's the life of a fat man. It's hard. Well, this is a good time to talk about my past when I would compete on the regional scene. The people who've been here a long time, they've heard this story. I don't recognize you. If you've been here a long time, then you've probably heard this too, and I apologize. But but back when I used to compete, I was in these little events. We didn't have any money. We didn't have good equipment. It wasn't sized for the athletes, so there was like one yoke for everybody to use. And I was so short that the yoke was about this tall. So I couldn't get it on my shoulders because I was too short. So there were events like that where, like on a max deadlift or something in the regional thing, I might take first place, or I might get first or second in an overhead press or something like that. But then on like a yoke, I'd have to take 0 points because the dang equipment was too tall for me to use. True story. Kind of funny, but embarrassingly true. Did you get that information from someone on site that he got a muscle tear or something? Or are we guesstimating, or is that what we heard? And if so, I wish they'd give you more information. It's kind of unfulfilling to say, hey, there was a tear, and then you go, of what? And they go, I don't know. All right, I'm gonna eat rice. Well, the other side of that is when you're as short as I am, no one gives you credit. Like the guys at the gym that I lift like twice as much as they do, they still feel the need to say like, well, yeah, I could bench that much too, like if I only had to move the bar 7 inches. And they're not making fun of me for having one of these massive arches like we see. It's just because my arms, Evan is the T-Rex, but my arms are really less long than a T-Rex. Or they'll be like, yeah, I could squat too if my full range of motion was a half an inch. And I'm always just like, well, sucks to be you. Let's see here. How far am I from Little Rock? Well, it says Alaska. So I'm very, very far from Little Rock, Alaska. But I'm pretty close to Little Rock, Arkansas. I'd say I'm about 3 hours from Little Rock, Arkansas. Sounds about right to me. I'd say about 3.5. And Banana Hammock wants to know how long it took to grow this. So, let's see, when did I shave my beard? I shaved it off and went clean shaven for a bit. I think I shaved when Tucker got hit by the car. Yeah, I think I shaved when Tucker got hit by the car, so that would have been like Thanksgiving. So, yeah, I guess we're looking at, let's see, end of December, end of January, end of February, end of March, end of April. So 5 months. I guess about 5 months. Okay, the only thing that would keep me from doing this is the fact that I am less than 0% interested in arm wrestling. Less than 0. So if someone wanted to give me free tickets, I might go. But to pay for tickets to go to an arm wrestling event, I'm just not going to do it. Evan Singleton isn't in the final. Tom Stoltman isn't in the final. The finals looks a lot different than I thought it was going to look, admittedly. The finals looks differently than I expected it to look. Alright, guys. Again, I apologize. You get to see me stuff my face. So, again, one of those sorry, not sorry kind of things. I know it's gross. I just like eating. Not good. That's good. That's real good. Yeah, I thought it was interesting when Liz talked about wanting to see a lot of man-on-man action yesterday, and I thought, that's kind of weird phrasing. But there was something neat about watching the guys do sumo and arm wrestling and tug of war. The only thing that we haven't seen them do that we should see them do is competitive underwater basket weaving. Um, there is something different between seeing the guys compete against an implement, an instrument, a piece of equipment, and seeing them compete against one another. It heads up competition is kind of enjoyable to watch, right? But the idea of saying man on man action and then me telling people that I want to see man on man action, I struggle with those words coming out of my mouth. I have no knowledge. I don't know. She definitely has a physique that you can get and stuff. She's accomplished things that you can definitely do natural. Nothing about her screams that she must be, but I don't know. It could be. I don't know. I'm not going to judge either way. But I will say kudos to her for at least training. I remember when she first started appearing on streams with Laws. Back then, she said she wouldn't train. She had no interest in training. She didn't want to lift. She didn't like it. It wasn't ever going to happen. Don't ask her. And now, she trains and she trains hard. So, good for her. Good for her. Those are very different things. A concussion and a tear. If he got a concussion, I'm wondering how he could have gotten that, considering that they just came from the deadlift. You would have had to have got it somewhere else. That would explain why he underperformed so massively of what I expected on the deadlift. If he went out there and did deadlift with a concussion, that's crazy. I'm wondering how and where he would have picked that up. I don't know where he would have gotten that at. That's interesting. I hope that's not true. We used to have Mr. Simon Dean pop into the chats and hang out with us a lot, and he went to a fair amount of events and stuff. And if I'm not mistaken, he liked going to WSM in Myrtle Beach. So I was kind of hoping that he would be on site and he would pop in and give us some insider information about what was going on. But I haven't seen Mr. Simon Dean in a bit. He may not know that we're streaming, though, because who would know that I'm streaming? I've been absent and gone for so long, you guys probably thought I was dead. Unless you've seen me in a Hooper live stream or the occasional Laws and Liz stream that I make, or trying to show encouragement to some other YouTube streamer. You guys haven't seen me produce anything in a long time, so nobody probably expected me to be doing this weekend. Yeah, that's the thing about the getting notifications. You guys do seem to get them, and you show up and support me a lot, and I appreciate it. But I don't often get notifications, even when I've hit the bell and I say, "Hey, let me know when these people go live." It doesn't do a very good job of notifying me. Sometimes I get them, sometimes I don't. Looks like they're practicing right now. I'm guessing that's what they're doing, is practicing, because we're still about 20 minutes away, right? I think we're still about 20 minutes away. Okay, I think Jace has to stop eating for a little while. Oh, man. I've been eating a little bit less lately. All right, all right. Now, I know you're joshing me, but for those who don't, I have no problems with Liz and Laws. No problems at all. I like them. I like their content. And I know he's joshing me, but I got no problems with Laws and Liz. I think Laws is a 500,000 times better strongman than I am. And I think I'm a 10 times more passionate fan of strength sports than he is. I'm biased, right? But he's way stronger than I could ever hope to be and imagine to be. But my passion for the sport is every bit as strong as his or anyone else's. I will claim that all day long. I love this. Oh, man. So, what I am thinking about doing, I talked about this in the past. I've never been about doing this to make money, and I've never, since I started this, I've battled my health so much I haven't had time to be consistent. I want to change that. Assuming I keep my commitment, stay healthy, and I start doing it, I probably will go to a membership model, or I'll go to Patreon. I'm leaning more towards Patreon than membership, but it doesn't really matter. But what I'd like to do is, because it's never been about making money, and it is about my passion and love for the sport. For those of you who would actually like to appear on live stream, I'm thinking about doing a couple different things. Number one, I'd like to hold some contests so that I could go to live events and let my members or subscribers join me, and assuming the content is not making me rich, but it's paying for these expenses, I would pay for that person's travel and tickets to whatever event. The less expensive thing to do, that I think is much easier to pull off, but it requires you guys not being shy. If there's anyone that would like to join me on a live stream and call an event like World's Strongest Man or the Arnolds or the Road Classic while we're watching along, I would do a split screen view. We'd have you there, and it would be like a two-person thing. So it'd be kind of like the Laws and Liz thing. I wished I had someone to co-host with, because I do think there is something valuable and entertaining about seeing two people feed off of one another, rather than just listening to one guy run his mouth for 6, 8, 10 hours like you guys have done for me over the years. I can't believe that you guys let me get away with that. But I would love to have someone else come on here. And so maybe me and Banana Hammock, or me and Simon Dean, or Hammer Sand, or Mark, whomever it may be. If you guys are interested in it, I'd love to fire open a Google Meet, feed it to OBS, and go live and let you guys call the action with me. Now you'd have to make a commitment that, yeah, Jace, I'm going to be there. Yeah, I'll put in the long day and stay with you and all of this stuff. But if you guys were up for it, I think that would be a lot of fun. Yeah, I would. I'd have to have more than 2 or 3 members to afford a flight ticket from Sweden. That's for sure. Especially with fuel expenses right now. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm getting married in June. I had to fly out to Seattle to get married. I bought my tickets to Seattle literally the day before Operation Fury kicked in. And I watched what happened to the prices of plane tickets immediately following, and I found myself going, thank goodness that I did not wait an extra 24 hours to buy those plane tickets, because they were like twice as expensive overnight. And I find myself going, before I buy my return ticket to go back and see her again, long about August or September, I'm going to kind of wait to see what happens, because tickets are crazy right now. Ooh. It is an expensive time to be on this planet. Anybody got any good tips for dealing with pain in your wrist and forearm? I think I have some nerve damage right in here. And it's causing it to hurt down here too. Even when I go on long times where I don't train for 6 months because of the injuries and the health and stuff like that, the pain doesn't go away. I think it's nerve damage, but it may not be. I need to get to a doctor. I have not used bands for my wrist pain. Do you think they would help? Carpal tunnel is probably a very realistic thing. I am a developer, and I do sit behind the keyboard and type code and stuff like that all day long. So, if it's not wear and tear from the gym, if it's not wear and tear from martial arts, it could be wear and tear from a stupid keyboard. That's probably the most likely culprit, to be honest, but it feels weird to be like, yeah, I do strongman, I lift crazy weights and put my body under immense pressures, I wrestle and grapple and spar with people, and what really hurts me is typing. Just makes you feel like a bit of a sissy. You know what? Collagen and vitamin C. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to give it a shot and see what happens. Okay, you guys, I need you to keep yourselves entertained and talk amongst yourselves or fight with one another for the next 8 to 10 minutes while we wait for the next event. I need to step away for a bio break. My stomach is exceedingly unhappy. So, too much information. I could give you more information if you want it. I imagine you don't. But I'm stepping away. Trey? All right, I survived. Let's see what I miss. Let's see here. I guess we're both still in the Ozarks. I'd like to say I'm a little bit east of the Ozarks. I used to be more definitely in that area. I guess it's technically still classified, but I think I'd have to go an hour west to really be there. I'm in the Boot Heel. Lots of good talk going on about tendons, collagen, and vitamin C. So, all right. Should be about time to start throwing some stuff. Should be about time to start throwing some stuff. Oh, you know what? Time for a cheap plug. People are about to start showing up for events, maybe. So, read that ticker at the bottom of the screen. We give credit to the attributes that we're using, even though right now we're not even using the spreadsheet from Strongman HQ. So I guess they're getting credit for nowhere. I should just say strongmanarchives.com. Be sure to like and subscribe. That's the most important part, right? Yeah, like and subscribe. Even though I'm imagining that anybody who is here has probably already subscribed because no one else knows that I exist. That's fair. We're going to change this message here because I don't like the spreadsheet from Strongman. Let's see. Let's do this. Let's go. Here we go. Let's do this way. Now we'll give credit properly. There we go. There we go. Yay. Cool. Strongman Archives. Sweet. I see someone walking out there. It looks like our leader, though. Interesting. I see someone throwing, but interesting. Let's see here. Where's the Boot Hill and what state? The Boot Hill is in the southeasternmost quadrant of Missouri. It's called that because if you look at Missouri on a U.S. map, we kind of look like a boot, and the area I live in kind of looks like the hill of the boot. Right. So they're throwing. That first guy certainly didn't look like who I thought would have been going first. He didn't look like Nick Guardian, but he should have been the one going first. Anyway. Okay, well, thank you. Stats on my current lifts. I haven't done a max on the 3 big lifts, deadlift, squat, and bench in quite some time. I haven't done a max in a long time. I'm interested in what I could do. I'm guessing my deadlift probably right now is around 6.5. Squat is probably not that far behind it. I usually squat pretty close to the amount I deadlift. Bench, I'm guessing if I was maxing, would probably not be that good. Maybe 335, 340 pounds right now, I'm guessing. Not very much. What are my goals? I don't know. That's a tough question to answer me because my ego gets in the way. I want to continue making PRs. I want to continue improving. But as I've talked about more than once, I'm tired of hurting. I'm really tired of hurting. Each year I start leaning more and more towards wanting to stop lifting heavy and just start embracing just being a much generally fitter and healthier guy. So I don't know. I need to think about it. I really want to stop thinking about the numbers that I want to hit at the gym because I kind of think at this point they're costing me a lot of pain. And they're probably putting more wear and tear on my body than it needs to be under. I don't know what the best fish. I know people around here love crappie and bass, but I don't really know, like, collagen stuff. I don't know. The guys are throwing. I think that's Big Trey Mitchell that just threw there. Wasn't that Big Trey Mitchell that just walked away? I think that was Big Trey Mitchell. It looked like Big Trey Mitchell. That kind of looks like Hooper. Is that Hooper? Or is that not Hooper? I don't know. Probably not. He shouldn't be going out next. If it was Trey, after Trey, 5.5. The next most points there would have been, no, so 7 would be Eddie Williams. It doesn't look like Eddie. They don't look like they're going in any order that I would expect them to be going in, to be honest. Yeah, that's what I thought. It looked like, but man, it doesn't. They don't seem to be going in any kind of order that I would expect them to be going in, unless they're just practicing or warming up or something here. The order that we should see them going in should be the opposite order here. So, Guardione should go first. Foytu should go second. Then Lisi's or Mitchell, Trey. Then after Trey would be Eddie Williams, Mitchell Hooper, Matthew Ragg, and then Reno. But that does not appear to be what's happening. So either they're just practicing or I'm as blind as I thought, and I thought I was pretty blind. Not Northwest Arkansas, Southeast Missouri. If you want to hear me preach, though, you can probably find clips of me doing that online. Alright, I have a cycle. I ran a cycle of tests and been training loads, so I got given muscle relaxers. Have you tried them and what do you think? I find them useful. I'm on HGH also, that might help. I don't take anything. I can't say that because I take creatine and I take a pre-workout. And part of me has always felt like the idea of natural and other things kind of give me something to stick my chest out and pretend I'm better or that I'm something than other people. But, like, there's also part of me that's like, why is certain stuff on an approved list and why is something not on an approved list? Sometimes it's because stuff is bad for you and unhealthy. Or other times I think it really comes down to money. These people knew which politicians to to support, to say, yeah, this is okay, that's not a big deal, this is a perfectly fine supplement, and then some other people didn't grease the right palms, and so no, that's an illegal substance. I don't know. But being the straight edge guy that I am, the goody two shoes, the rule follower, I don't really take anything. I don't go to the doctor and say, hey, can you get me an exception for this or whatever. But at the risk of sounding redundant, I'm tired of hurting. I might start trying all kinds of things that I said I would never do soon. I hurt a lot, and I'm tired of hurting. Yeah, there's a lot of trout here. That's true. Well, it shouldn't be Andrade since he withdrew. I think I've only had a muscle relaxer once following a car wreck. I don't remember what was prescribed. I think I remember them giving me like 6 to 8 of them or whatever. I think I took 1 or 2 of them and never took any more. I don't remember what it was though. Hey, you guys want to see my new belt buckle? I know that you do, right? Everybody wants to see my new belt buckle. That's why you came to watch Strongman Spreadsheets, because you wanted to see a belt buckle. See that? That looks nice, doesn't it? Turquoise. It's got 2 silver dollars from 1885 in it. That's a nice buckle. That's what I'm going to wear to my wedding. Alright. I'll stop showing you guys things that you don't care about now. Let's go make this screen active and see if it changes. Nothing has changed yet. Nothing has changed yet. Alright, I am indeed getting married. June 6th. You know what? I'm probably one of very, very, very few people who can say this. I've still never tried it. Something I say sometimes that makes people laugh, though, is I can remember, like, my older brother was a big, big, big dope head from back in the day. I mean, he could not get enough. He was like the second incarnation of Tommy Chong. And I can remember back then, growing up, as a 46-year-old guy, I've seen some life. I can remember back then a lot of people smoked weed as an act of rebellion, right? To not be conformist and to say to heck with the system. But now it's so common and like everybody does it that I feel like I'm the rebellious one for not trying it. My hero is Jesus Christ. I love Big Brian, but I only got room for one hero. Which coincidentally, I think that is also Brian's hero. So there we go. But I'll be in Seattle, Washington. Seattle, Washington. And if any of you are in Seattle in June, feel free to come to our wedding. We won't mind. You might even get a piece of cake. You also might not. Depends upon how hungry I am. Wished I had a better cameraman on site to get us some really good footage. This stinks. I gotta make this better next year. Well, I'll be there next year, so I guess I could supply my own footage. I wonder if I can put a GoPro on and stream from the stands. I wonder, A, if I would get in trouble. B, what the quality would be like. C, how noisy it would be. There's a lot of things I need to figure out. But I bet we can figure out ways around that stuff. I don't think it's been announced where it is next year yet, but at this rate, I'm going to guess it's Myrtle Beach because it seems like that's where they have settled in at this point. Oh. Ba-na, 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 ba. Ba-na, 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 ba. Ugh. My stomach is not happy, guys. I don't know if it would make for a very interesting stream or a very disgusting stream or a combination of the two, like if I projectile vomit on my camera, but I'm starting to feel like this is a very real possibility. I guess if that happens, you guys will be grateful that my video is just in the corner instead of being full screen, right? Because if I projectile vomit like this, it'd be like it's coming out at you. This may be not as intimidating. Oh. All right, it's time for another poll. Time for another poll. Okay, here's your poll, guys. I expect some answers. Let's get some answers into the chat. Don't make me talk to myself. Never been to the USA, thinking of flying to Dallas and renting a car. Making a road trip to Miami. Is it pretty good weather-wise this time of year? In which location? Because Little Rock, Dallas, and Miami are all going to have very, very different weather. They're probably all okay right now. If you were to wait like another month, then they'd probably all be kind of miserable. If you wait 2 months, they'll definitely all be miserable. And if you wait 3 months, don't even bother. My opinion on Rain O'Neill is he's great. He's phenomenal. And I don't think that last year was a fluke. And I think we're going to see great things from him for a while. I also do think that he's probably not going to be as dominant a force as some of the other guys who are elite. I won't name any names here. I think Reno is a fantastic strongman, and I think that he's can be underrated. Like, I think he got a lot of hype, and then if you don't answer that hype immediately, people throw you away. I'm kind of guilty of doing that too. Again, going into the thing, I thought he'd make the final. I thought he might finish in the top 5. I really didn't expect him to make the podium. Then seeing how well he handled the groups, I thought, well, yeah, podium is really a lot. Now he could do better. Like, maybe he defends his title. I don't look for that to happen. But if a person's saying it's not possible right now, they're not paying attention. So I think a lot of people aren't giving him the credit that I think that he deserves, that he's earned. And I think I'm one of those people who probably haven't given him the credit that he deserves. You would not be the only person who is surprised that Tom didn't make it to the finals. It will definitely be too hot in June, July. July especially. July and August, ugh. Ugh. Horrible. Do you think our boy, Jaco Schoenwinkel, will be a problem for next year's World's Strongest Man and Reno as well? I guess it depends on what you mean by problem. Like, am I predicting right now that they're both in the final next year? I can't make that prediction right now. I got to see what happens the rest of the year. We're still in 2026 World's Strongest Man. Let's get through this one before we start talking about 2027. But I also want to see what happens in the international competitions after this event. Now, that being said, I think they are two really, really good strongmen. And I think that if they are both invited to WSM next year, I think it'd be silly to count them out. They're good strongmen. They really are. For a country that had never had a strongest man winner until Reno last year, you guys are looking pretty good right now. You've got some talent right now. That Gulf Shores is nice. If you like bridges and tunnels, you will be in for a treat. If you hate bridges and tunnels, you'll be in for the opposite of a treat. Okay, so there's people throwing now. Why am I not talking about that? Why was I not talking about that? All right. Well, there we go. Did you guys just see those bags flying? There were some bags flying there. Oh. Gosh dang. Oh. Tired. Narrow path, many misses. I couldn't tell if they were getting over or not. I really couldn't tell. I also think it's kind of hard to judge the distance based on the way they said that they're doing this. Because it looked like they were kind of all lining up and throwing over the same thing. It didn't seem like he was walking forward more. But I guess he was. It's so hard to see what's going on. This screen is too small. World's Strongest Man, give us some good cameras and some live action. Please. Please. Yeah. All right. Pavlo, 6 and 21.78. All right. All I can say about this one is this right here. Hooper wins by 4 to 5, I think, comfortably. I could be wrong, but without Tom and Evans, it's not as much comp. But I think before we say that, we need to see how well Reno Nell does in the max log lift. If Nell puts up a good performance in the max log, he should not be counted out. Because right now, he's on top. He's got a 1.5 lead on Hooper. I expect Hooper to pick up some points over him in the log, but I also said that I expect Reno Nell to turn in a better Atlas Stone run than Mitchell Hooper. So the question is, how big of a difference will there be in the max log between Hooper and Nell? I expect it to be more than a point, but I don't know what Reno Nell's going to show up with. We're going to have to wait and see. But he should not be counted out is all I'm trying to say. Okay, we're getting ready to see our next athlete. I believe that is Nick Guardione. Is that Nick Guardione? It's probably Nick Guardione, right? Yeah, this should be Nick Guardione. Right here? I agree, 100%. Now I'm hiding that because I want to see the throws. What's your opinion on your junior strongman? I'm a junior African strongman and have a record of planning on getting a national title next year. What do you think of juniors OSG? I am a fan of this sport in general, and I'm a big fan of cheering on our younger athletes. So if that's what you're doing, train hard, and dominate. And then in a couple years, show up to one of the streams and say, hey, Jace, I remember watching you win, and you'd be glad to know that I have achieved blah, blah, blah now. And maybe we could get you for a live interview. Get after it, young stud. Oh, I didn't realize they're actually going 2 at a time. The only person I saw was on the right. Thanks for pointing that out. I actually didn't notice that there were 2 guys going, Mark. I only saw the competitor on the right. Told you I'm blind. Do I have Instagram? I do, but I couldn't tell you what it is. That's how little I use it. I'm going to increase my presence on some places, but yeah, I've always kind of felt like Instagram is more of like a personal thing, and I need to realize that you can use it for stuff other than just your day-to-day messaging friends and family. Okay, so the results there, if we look, Andre Foyatu is who that was. That was not Trey. So that was only 3 and 17.84. And Nick, like I said, Nick can throw. He is good at throwing. And he made me look like I'm not a moron. He got 8 and 43 seconds. It's way too early, and there's way too many people to come to say where that's going to stack up. But I guaranteed you he was not going to lose this event. I guaranteed you it would not be another 1 point or 2 point finish for Nick Guardiola. He's very good at throwing, and so I'm not surprised to see 8 for him. Well, good luck to you, man, and I mean that. Good luck to you, and share with us updates on how you're doing. Well, as of right now, you look pretty smart, but we'll have to see how the others do too. Now, I don't expect too many people to do worse than that. Yeah, he'll be in he'll this is damage control for him. He'll be in I need to have a very, very strong end of the competition after this. The good thing is he's your junior world record holder in the log press. He's not bad at stones. He's not one of the elite premier guys, but he's not bad at those. But he'll pick up good points in the log lift, I believe. And as of right now, he's in the top half of the field. So I'd rather be him than some other guys, at least with their point total right now. He's not done. That was not the result that he needed or wanted, but probably not that surprised by it either. He's probably not surprised by it. Can't even ID me? Sometimes I wish I couldn't ID myself. Lacey's left, Trey right. Okay. All right. Man, look how much wider Trey is. The big thicket is a wide boy, is he not? All right. Jeez. I think these guys might need to realize that distance is more important than height right here. Yeah, I'm just going to be honest with you guys. I'm not so sure I agree with these guys' strategy very much as I'm watching them. I feel like they should be concentrating on throwing more for length than height. So instead of having a typical, like, say, 45-degree angle or 60-degree launch angle like you might if you're trying over a high bar, I'd be trying to stretch it out. All the energy expulsion that you're making to go vertical is energy that you're not going to have to go horizontal. That's just physics. So it also could be because the Strongman Archives is wrong, and maybe the setup that it's describing isn't correct. Maybe it's not a height of 3.65 meters. Maybe it's taller. I don't know, but the angles are a little bit tough for me. All right, so we move on. Lisi's and Trey both got 6. And Trey bested Martins by about a quarter of a second. Both of them, nope, Trey was slower by 2 seconds. I just saw the .44. I'm blind. Martine's about 2 seconds faster than Trey. My bad. But both of them noticeably slower than Pavlo's 6 and 21. So, yeah. Yeah. So this really means that Trey isn't really, I guess the same for Martins. This really means that neither Trey or Martins is probably going to gain ground here. And the competition's not over. But to be honest, if you're as far back as these guys were, where you're trailing, like, where you're trailing the third place position by 5, 6, 7 points, you can't wait any longer. You need to be making up ground with 3 events to go. This is the time to do it. You can't wait any longer. So these are really not, in my opinion, I might be wrong when the whole competition's over tomorrow, but in my opinion, this is not good results for Martins or Trey. If they were going to compete and if they were going to find themselves on the podium, they need to gain some ground here. And maybe they will. Maybe everyone else that comes up there right now, Eddie Williams, Mitchell Hooper, Matthew Ragg, Rain O'Neill, maybe they all do less than 6 or do a 6 and slower. Maybe. But guys, I'm a bit skeptical. I think Trey and Martine's chances just got worse. All right. Yep, we talked about that earlier. I actually showed that on the screen when you were away. I showed that on the screen. 3.65 meters high, which is why I was talking about I think they need to change their approach to this. And then you throw the first 2 at 7 meters, you throw the second 2 at 8 meters, the third 2 at 9 meters, the fourth 2 at 10, and then 1 bag apiece at a distance of 11 and 12 meters. So, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think sadly, if you are fans of Trey Mitchell or the Dragon, you probably needed those 2 gentlemen to do a little better than they just did. That's my opinion. And again, very, very possible that I'm wrong. I'm not making any poll for the strongest man to ever walk the earth that I don't put Bill Kazmaier on. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. All right. All right. That one didn't make it. Okay. Okay. Whoa. Well, he launched himself into that one, didn't he? I guess it paid off. Done it again. Hey, if it works, it works. Nice. So I have the complete opposite take of you. You say you've not seen Reno do much stones in prep, but you do believe that's where he loses points in stones, and he will make up for them in the log. I think the exact opposite. I think he loses points in the logs and makes up for them in the stones. Yeah, that was I do believe that was Eddie on the right side of the screen falling over. So I believe he was like trying to hit a high C or a high A or whatever note makes more sense here, because I don't know what I'm talking about, because I'm not a singer. I'm the world's worst vocalist. You know, I believe he was like, la, and just throwing it over and falling over, but it seemed to work, so good for him. Let's see here. The results were 6 and 23 for Matt Ragg and 6 and 33.94 for Eddie Williams. So that's actually, for Eddie, I guess I said it worked, but apparently it didn't, because the only person he bested there was Andre Foytu. All right. So, how much does the eventual 2026 World's Strongest Man winner win by? More than 6 points. 0 votes. Nobody thinks someone is running away with it. 4 or 5 points, basically a third of you. 2 or 3 points, basically a third of you. And 1 point, little more than a third of you. If Reno presses 195 or 200 in this competition, then he's already in the lead right now. Unless he does really, really bad here, and he didn't last year. If you're right, if Reno Nell presses 195 to 200 in the log, then I am going to say it right now. If he does that kind of performance, he's going to defend his championship. He will win his second consecutive World's Strongest Man. Because I think he will do better than Mitch in the stones. I might be wrong, but I think he'll do better than Mitch in the stones. If he pulls off a 200 kilogram log, I think he's your 2026 World's Strongest Man. I think right now at this point, though, I think it's pretty safe to say that either Mitchell Hooper or Reno Nell is going to be your 2026 World's Strongest Man. One of the two is probably going to be your winner. It's just a matter of which one. This, of course, assumes neither of them gets hurt right here. Neither of them gets hurt in the 4th event or 5th event and has to withdraw. This is assuming they stay healthy. Who's going to be first? Who's going to be second? We're going to have to wait and find out. But right now I feel like pretty strong conclusion to make that those are going to be your top 2 place finishers. You just spoke to Colin Bryce, and he confirmed that next year this event will be in both the qualifiers and the final. The event will be renamed to the Tommy Toss. Also, the Stone Off will return. Good old banana hammock. I just wanted to put you up there just because I love seeing the women pop in. All right. Right now, Reno is faster. He's doing more of the distance thing like I talked about. Hooper messed that one up. All right. Well, they're both on that last one, and they both let it go at the same time. I could not tell which bag hit first because that's what they do, which is kind of dumb. I don't know why it should matter which one hits first, but that's how they measure it when it hits the ground. And we couldn't really see when Reno's hit the ground because that stupid roof line was blocking our view. And I think Reno maybe got all of his over. Hooper clearly did not. If that's right, if Reno got them all over, it doesn't really matter which bag hit the ground first. Reno beat Mitch. So I don't know if they all got over or not. Looks like the results came in right away. And it's a victory for Reno Nell. There you go. Reno Nell wins it with 9 and 39.23. So yes, he did get them all over. The only competitor in the field to get all 9. Mitchell Hooper picking up second, getting 8 in the fastest time, beating Nick Guardione's 8 by an impressive time of 8 seconds. He did 8 seconds faster than Nick. And probably could have did a lot faster than that because it looked to me like he kind of waited on that last one and him and Reno kind of just waited to kind of go together. So he probably could have did that even faster, but it doesn't matter. I predicted really, really good points for Nick Guardione. It was really, really good points for Nick Guardione. A 4th place finish for Pavlo. A 5th place finish for Matthew Ragg. A 6th place finish for Martins. 7th place for Trey Mitchell. 8 for Eddie Williams. And 9th place for Andre Foytu. What does that do to our total standings? Well, Reno Nell has just increased his lead. He had a 1.5 point lead. Now he has a 2.5 point lead. He's at 39 all by himself. Mitchell Hooper in 2nd place all by himself at 36.5. And really at this point, the only person that can conceivably catch Reno Nell. Eddie Williams in 3rd place, but way back. I mean, look at how much separation there is between the top 2 guys and the rest of the pack. Mitchell in 2nd place has a 12.5 point lead over the 3rd place competitor, who himself has a 2.5 place lead over the 4th and 3 points over the 4th or 3rd, 2.5 points over the 3rd or 4th place guy, and 3 points over the 5th place guy. So there's a little bit of action there, but then after that you drop back a couple more points. Before I thought you really had 5 guys who could make the podium. You still really do. You could even say that Foytu and Lisi's have not been eliminated from that, but I think it's too far gone. I'm going to go ahead and say forget 5. At this point, I think you've really only got, in my opinion, I think the only 4 that are really going to be in contention for the podium are Williams, Ragg, Hooper, and Nell. Because that 1.5 lead is kind of like a 2 point lead unless there's a tie, which could definitely happen in the max log. Several guys could tie. Atlas Stone's not likely to see ties there. Yeah. I don't know. I think you probably have a podium of Reno Nell, Mitch Hooper, Eddie Williams, Matt Rag could find himself up there. I don't really see anyone else finding themselves on there. If you are a Trey Mitchell and a Martins Lisi's fan, don't give up hope. Keep cheering for your guys, but I don't think it's going to happen. Okay, let's see here. Would you like to learn Afrikaans? Then you'll be able to speak to Reno and Yako. Do they speak Afrikaans? Africans? I don't know how it's pronounced. I think it's Afrikaans, but I don't know. Do they speak that? I'd be in favor of learning the language, but not to speak to them, just because I'm fascinated by language in general. I think tomorrow's events are good for Martins. Might get 5th place. Well, right now he's in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He's in 7th. He could move up to 5th, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, I guess he's tied for 6th, really. He could definitely move up a place for sure. He might even be able to hit the podium. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think the ship has sailed on both Martins and Trey. Probably Foy too as well. Yeah, I know it's one of the official languages of South Africa, but I just don't know what percentage of the population speaks it, especially the Caucasian population of South Africa. I watched a movie recently that I enjoyed a lot called Faith Like Potatoes about South Africa and about. You guys don't want to hear me talk about this stuff anyway. About the white guy with the bad attitude coming to Christ and then using that to minister to people there, and it was all about assuming that the Lord was going to make this field rise up in this dry drought. And okay, anyway, good movie. Can we do a group prayer on Reno hitting 190 kilogram log tomorrow? You can. If you want to, sure. I said if he does 195 or 200, he's your world's strongest man. And I think that is true. If he does 195 or 200, if he does 190, which is 5 kilograms less, I think he's going to be your world's strongest man right now. He is definitely the front runner. 2.5 point lead with 2 events to go is really good, especially considering that I think he's going to beat the guy who's in the 2nd place in at least one of those. I think he's going to beat Mitch in the stones. He may not. Maybe he loses to Mitch in the overhead press and in the stones. But I think he bests Mitch in the stones. And if so, Mitch has to kick Reno's butt in the max log. And Mitch has to not only hope that he kicks Reno's butt, he has to hope another guy or two gets between them. Really more than a guy, at least 2 guys between them. If I'm right that Reno beats Mitch in the stones, then it depends upon how much he beats the stones by. Because you're going to right now he's got 2.5 points, so that means he needs to have 2 guys between him to climb up. So he needs to beat him by 3. 2 guys in the middle of them. And then if Reno beats Mitch for every position he beats, that's 1 more person that has to come between them in the log. So honestly, Mitch has his work cut out for him right now. Reno is in a good position. He honestly is. He's in a great position to repeat as world's strongest man, defend his title. Reno is in great position. He really is. Bum, 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 bum. Well, you guys, I guess we're not doing any more events today, right? I mean, that was it. 3 events today. So I guess you guys are done listening to me talk. You probably don't want to hear me run my mouth anymore. So I guess I'll let you guys go. If you're interested, we'll stream again tomorrow. We'll talk some more. We will be excited to watch a log lift and an Atlas Stones, and we will find out together who is your 2026 SBD World's Strongest Man. Will it be your reigning, defending 2025 champion? Or will we have the Moose reclaiming his throne? Will Eddie Williams get up there and do 10 points in the max log and the Atlas Stones after Hooper and Nell fall over and Eddie Williams becomes your champion? We'll find out tomorrow. It's probably not going to happen. You never say never. You're always one trip and stumble and fall away from something going wrong. But at this point, you've got Reno Nell and Mitchell Hooper in first and second, and we're going to be tuning in tomorrow to find out who's standing on the podium with them. I'll see you guys then. All right? Peace out. Thanks for joining me today.